Chapter 1. The spotlight burned into Nova's skin as she clutched the golden gramophone. Her third Grammy. The heaviest one yet. "I want to thank everyone who believed in this album," she said into the microphone, her voice steady despite the trembling in her fingers. The audience, a sea of designers and diamonds, rippled with applause. Music saved me when nothing else could. Her gaze flickered to the fifth row, where Darren sat. Her husband. Her manager. His smile didn't reach his eyes. The walk-off stage felt longer than the 5 years it took to reach this moment. Hands patted her shoulders. Voices blurred into white noise. Nova hugged her trophy close, the metal cooling the heat in her chest. Backstage smelled like hairspray and expensive perfume. Assistants scurried past, celebrities air-kissed in corners. Nova headed straight for her dressing room, needing a moment of quiet before the after-parties began. There she is, the woman of the hour. Nova turned. Darren approached, champagne in hand, his tailored suit tight across his shoulders. He kissed her cheek, his lips barely grazing her skin. "You killed it out there, babe." His voice carried just enough warmth to sound sincere to anyone listening. But Nova knew better. 5 years of marriage had taught her to read the space between his words. "Thanks." She shifted the Grammy to her other arm. "I didn't see you at rehearsal yesterday." Business meeting. Darren took a long sip of champagne, his eyes darting over her shoulder. "Speaking of which, we should talk about the new album." Nova stiffened. "What about it?" "I'm still working on the final tracks." "That's the thing." He guided her into the empty dressing room, shutting the door. The quiet felt sudden, dangerous. "I made some executive decisions." "What does that mean?" Darren loosened his tie, a gesture she once found sexy. Now, it just looked calculated. Stellar Records made an offer we couldn't refuse. They want the album, complete or not. "I signed this morning." The room tilted. "You did what?" 15 million, Nova. "For songs you haven't even finished." "Those are my songs." Her voice came out too quiet, too controlled. The rage building inside needed a bigger container. "My work. My life. My decision." "Our decision," he corrected, swirling his champagne. "I'm your manager." "You're my husband first, and as your husband and manager, I made the call. It's done." He checked his watch. "We should get to the Vanity Fair party. Everyone's waiting." Nova set her Grammy down on the vanity, the sound too loud in the silent room. "When were you going to tell me? After I finish the songs? After they release them?" "Don't be dramatic. This is good news." "You sold my unfinished work behind my back." Each word pushed through her teeth like broken glass. "Work that isn't even complete. Songs about things I haven't told anyone. Not even you." Darren rolled his eyes. "It's just music, Nova." The slap happened before she could think. Her palm connected with his cheek, the crack echoing in the small room. Darren's head snapped sideways, champagne sloshing onto the floor. Silence stretched between them, taut and terrible. "Did you just—" Darren touched his face, disbelief turning to fury. "There are cameras everywhere. People right outside." Nova's hand stung. 5 years of letting things slide, of swallowing her anger, of putting his career before hers. All of it bubbled up like poison. The door burst open. An assistant with wide eyes and a headset froze in the doorway. "Everything okay?" "We heard." Her gaze bounced between them, lingering on Darren's reddening cheek. "Fine," Darren said, straightening his jacket. "My wife's had a bit too much excitement tonight." More faces appeared in the doorway. Whispers. Phones. The unmistakable red light of a recording camera. Nova grabbed her purse, leaving the Grammy behind. "Don't wait up," she told Darren, pushing past the growing crowd. Flashbulbs exploded as she strode down the hallway, her gold dress catching the light like flames. Voices called her name. Questions fired from all directions. "Nova, what happened in there? Is it true your husband sold your album?" "Nova, did you just hit Darren Reeves on Grammy night?" She kept walking, chin high, eyes forward. By morning, the footage would be everywhere. The perfect Grammy speech followed by the perfect Grammy meltdown. Social media would feast for days. Outside, the night air hit her face like reality. Her car waited at the curb, drivers standing at attention. Nova slid into the back seat, the leather cool against her bare arms. "Where to, Ms. Reeves?" the driver asked. Her phone buzzed. Notifications flooded the screen. A video was already trending. Nova Reeves slaps husband backstage at Grammys. "Just drive," she said, watching the theater shrink in the window. Anywhere but here. As the car pulled into traffic, Nova touched her wedding ring, twisting it once, twice. They'd met when she was nobody, when her songs played in coffee shops instead of stadiums. He'd promised to make her a star. She hadn't realized the cost would be her soul. Her phone buzzed again. A text from Darren. "You've just made the biggest mistake of your career." Nova turned off her phone and watched the city lights blur outside her window. The night that should have been her triumph had become something else entirely. A beginning. An ending. A curtain call on everything she thought she knew. Chapter 2. Nova's phone wouldn't stop buzzing. 37 missed calls. 62 text messages. The video had gone viral overnight. Her hand connecting with Darren's face played on repeat across every platform. She hadn't slept. The hotel room she'd checked into felt too big, too empty, too quiet. Morning light filtered through curtains she hadn't bothered to close. A knock at the door made her flinch. "Room service," called a voice. "I didn't order anything," Nova called back, voice rough from crying. "Complimentary breakfast for Ms. Reeves." Wrapping herself in the hotel robe, Nova padded to the door and opened it a crack. No food cart. Just Darren, immaculate in a fresh suit, smile sharp as a knife. "You're getting sloppy, Nova. Always check before opening." He pushed past her into the room, surveying the rumpled bed and her tear-stained face with cool detachment. "How did you find me?" Nova cinched the robe tighter. "I put trackers on your credit cards years ago." He shrugged like it was the most normal thing in the world. Basic management strategy. The casual admission felt like ice water in her veins. "You've been tracking me?" Among other things. Darren sat on the edge of the bed, smoothing the wrinkled sheets beside him. "We need to talk about damage control." "Damage control?" Nova laughed, the sound brittle. "You sold my unfinished album without my knowledge. You betrayed me. And you want to talk about damage control? The internet thinks you're having a mental breakdown. Your slap is trending more than your Grammy." He flicked something invisible from his sleeve. "I've drafted a statement for you to post. You were exhausted, emotional, and you apologize for your behavior." "I'm not apologizing." Nova crossed her arms. "You stole my work. I maximized its value. That's my job. Your job is to support me, to protect my art, not sell it off in pieces." Darren stood, his patience visibly thinning. "Your art," he said, making air quotes, "wouldn't exist without me. Who got you those first gigs when you were singing to empty bars? Who connected you with the right producers? Who built your image from nothing?" Each question hit like a slap. Nova knew what he was doing, the same thing he always did when they fought. Rewriting history. Making her question herself. "Not this time." "I wrote those songs before I ever met you," she said quietly. "I had the talent. You just packaged it." Something dangerous flashed across his face. "You ungrateful little..." He cut himself off, straightening his tie. "I've given you everything. And this is how you repay me. By winning Grammys? By making you millions." Nova felt something break loose inside her, a truth she'd kept buried. "What exactly do I owe you, Darren? More of my music? More of my life? My body?" At that, he smiled. Not the public smile he wore for cameras, but the private one she'd grown to dread. "Speaking of bodies." He took out his phone, scrolled, then tossed it onto the bed. "Thought you might want to see this." Nova picked up the phone. A photo. Darren with his arms around Elise, her backup dancer. Both naked, laughing at the camera. The timestamp. 3 days ago. "She wasn't even that good," Darren said, watching Nova's face crumple. "But convenient. All those late rehearsals." The room spun. Nova steadied herself against the wall, her chest so tight she could barely breathe. How many? She whispered. Does it matter? You were always too busy. Studio sessions, writing camps, tour rehearsals. He waved his hand dismissively. A man has needs. Nova stared at him, seeing him clearly for the first time. The perfect jawline she'd once traced with her fingers. The eyes that never quite warmed when he said he loved her. The mouth that lied as easily as it breathed. Get out. That's not how this works. Darren took his phone back, tucking it into his pocket. We have contracts. Obligations. The label is expecting your songs in 3 weeks. I'll buy myself out. He laughed. With what? Your assets are tied to mine. The house is in my name. The cars. Even your precious recording equipment. His smile widened. Did you forget who handles the finances? The realization hit her like a physical blow. All these years, she'd trusted him with everything. Her career. Her money. Her heart. You planned this from the beginning, she said, her voice hollow. Keeping me dependent on you. I call it insurance. Darren checked his watch. So here's what happens next. You post the apology. You finish the album. We smile for the cameras. And when the tour is over, we can discuss adjustments to our arrangement. Nova walked to the door and opened it wide.
No.
Excuse me? No, she repeated, stronger this time. I'm not doing any of that. Darren's laugh was ugly. You have nothing without me. No money. No manager. No home. I have my voice. Nova stood taller. I have my songs. And apparently I need a really good lawyer. You'll be buried in legal fees for years, he warned, stepping closer. I'll make sure you never work in this industry again. Maybe. Nova held his gaze. But I'd rather start over than spend another day with a man who sees me as nothing but a product to sell. Something dangerous flashed in his eyes. His hand shot out, gripping her arm hard enough to bruise. You're making a mistake, he hissed. No, Nova said, prying his fingers from her arm. I married one. She shoved him through the doorway and slammed the door, the lock clicking into place between them. His fists pounded on the wood, voice rising. You'll regret this, he shouted. You have nothing. No one. Nova pressed her back against the door, sliding down until she hit the floor. Tears streamed down her face, but something else was rising inside her. Something that felt like the first breath after nearly drowning. Freedom. Her Grammy was still sitting in the dressing room, forgotten in last night's chaos. But she didn't need it. What she needed was a fighter. Someone who wouldn't just help her win, but would burn everything down in the process. Chapter 3. You've got to be kidding me. Nova stared at her agent, Theo, across the glass conference table. 3 days had passed since the Grammy disaster. 3 days of hiding, crying, and finally, plotting. He's the best, Theo insisted, tapping a business card with his finger. Undefeated in entertainment law. He sued me 2 years ago. Nova pushed the card away. On behalf of Darren. Exactly. Theo slid the card back. He knows how Darren operates. All his tricks, his hiding places. The law firm occupied the top floor of a downtown high-rise. Floor-to-ceiling windows offered views of the city where Nova had once buskied for tips. Now her face was on billboards that dotted the skyline. This is a mistake, she muttered, glancing at her watch. He's late anyway. Actually, I've been here for 20 minutes. The voice came from behind her, low, raspy, like gravel wrapped in velvet. Nova turned. The man leaning against the doorframe wasn't what she expected. No suit. No tie. Just dark jeans, a black sweater pushed to the elbows, and a face that belonged in a boxing ring rather than a courtroom. A thin scar cut through his right eyebrow, and stubble darkened his jaw. Riot Vale, he said, not offering his hand. You look better when you're not crying on national television. Nova's cheeks burned. And you look like you missed the lawyer dress code memo. A smile ghosted across his lips. I save the suits for court. More dramatic effect when the gloves come off. He dropped a heavy folder on the table. Besides, this meeting isn't official yet. And it won't be, Nova said, standing. I'm not working with someone who helped Darren. Riot circled the table, moving with the casual confidence of a predator. I helped him once. Before I knew what he was. He stopped across from her. Why do you think I never worked with him again? Something in his tone made Nova pause. What do you mean? Your husband has a reputation. Not the public one, the real one. Riot tapped the folder. The industry has a long memory, Ms. Reeves. And I keep excellent records. Theo cleared his throat. I'll give you two a moment, he said, slipping out the door. Alone with Riot, Nova felt the air change, like the charged silence before a thunderstorm. Why would you help me? She asked. Let's call it professional curiosity. Riot opened the folder, spreading photos across the table. Or personal vendetta. Depends on the day. Nova looked down. Contracts. Bank statements. Email printouts. All with Darren's name. What is this? Evidence. Riot tapped one document. Your husband has a pattern. Find talented artists. Marry them or sign them. Preferably both. Then bleed them dry. You're not the first. Nova's stomach clenched. There were others?
3.
Before you. Riot's eyes were cold. One took her own life. One disappeared to some island, gave up music entirely. The third. He paused. Let's just say some battles leave scars. Nova studied his face, wondering which marks were physical and which ran deeper. Why didn't anyone warn me? NDAs.
Threats.
Money. Riot shrugged. The usual weapons of men like Darren. And now you want to help me out of the goodness of your heart? Nova crossed her arms. I'm not buying it. Good. Never trust a lawyer who claims to have a heart. Riot leaned forward, his voice dropping. I want 15% of whatever we recover, plus expenses, and exclusive rights to publish the case study afterward. So, I'm just another payday to you. You're a headline waiting to happen, he corrected. Grammy-winning artist Nova Reeves takes down industry predator husband. I'd be an idiot to pass that up. His honesty was refreshing after years of Darren's smooth lies. Still, Nova hesitated. The last time I trusted a man with my career, I ended up here. I'm not asking for your trust, Riot said. Just your signature. The rest we'll earn as we go. He slid a contract across the table. Nova glanced at it, then back at him. What's your real name? Riot can't be what's on your birth certificate. Something flashed in his eyes. Surprise, maybe approval. Smart question. Most people never ask. He paused. My legal name is Ryan Vale. Riot was earned.
How?
By making a scene. His smile didn't reach his eyes. Now, are we doing this or not? Because Darren's lawyers are preparing for war, and you're running out of time. Nova thought of the hotel room she was still hiding in. The frozen credit cards. The calls from the label demanding she fulfill her contract. What's your plan? First, we secure your intellectual property. Any songs not explicitly covered in existing contracts. Riot began ticking points off on his fingers. Second, we freeze joint assets before he can move them offshore. Third, we countersue for breach of fiduciary duty, emotional distress, and defamation. Defamation. Riot's smile turned predatory. Check your social media lately? He's already spinning a narrative about your instability and substance abuse issues. Nova's phone had been off for days. She didn't want to turn it on. This is going to get ugly, isn't it? Beautiful things often come from ugly processes, Ms. Reeves. Riot slid a pen toward her. Diamonds from pressure. Pearls from irritation. Freedom from fight. Nova took the pen, its weight heavy in her hand. If we do this, I have conditions. No settlements that silence me. No deals that let him keep producing music. And I want my songs back. All of them. Ambitious, Riot noted, something like respect flickering in his eyes. I like it. And drop the MS, Reeves thing. That's his name, not mine. What should I call you then? Nova. She uncapped the pen. Just Nova. She signed her name with a flourish, the ink dark against the white paper. As she finished, Riot reached for the contract, his fingers brushing against hers. A jolt of something electric shot up her arm. One more thing, he said, his voice low. This partnership is strictly professional. I don't mix business with pleasure. Nova arched an eyebrow. That won't be a problem. Good. Riot gathered the papers, his eyes never leaving hers. Because when I take Darren apart, I need you focused, not distracted. Trust me, Nova said. The only thing I want from you is results. The lie tasted metallic on her tongue. Because in that moment, with anger simmering in her blood and revenge sharpening her senses, Nova felt something she hadn't in years.
Desire.
Not for love or comfort or validation, but for the destructive, cleansing power of fire. And the man before her was made of matches. Chapter 4. Nova's new life took shape in Riot's downtown office. A war room, he called it. Whiteboards covered in timelines. Documents pinned to walls. Red string connecting the pieces of her past that Darren had manipulated. You signed this in 2019, Riot said, tapping a contract. Notice anything strange? 3 weeks had passed since she'd hired him. 3 weeks of digging through 5 years of marriage. Nova leaned closer, studying the fine print. The publishing rights clause is different from what I remember. Exactly. Riot circled the paragraph. This has been doctored. The original would have given you at least partial ownership. Are you saying he forged my contracts? I'm saying he altered them after you signed. Classic bait and switch. Riot dropped into the chair beside her, close enough that his knee brushed hers. This is good for us. Document tampering is criminal, not just civil. Nova pushed her hair back, exhaustion settling into her bones. How did I miss this for so long? The same way most people miss red flags. You were blinded by something else. Riot's voice softened, just barely. Love, ambition, whatever. The gentleness startled her more than his usual cutting remarks. Their eyes met, held for a beat too long. Nova looked away first. I was stupid. You were targeted, Riot corrected. There's a difference. A knock at the door broke the moment. Riot's assistant entered with coffee and a tablet. Mr. Vale, the bank records just came in. And Nova, your new phone is activated. Riot had insisted she get a clean device, one Darren couldn't track. He took security to paranoid levels, changing meeting locations, using burner phones, encrypting emails. When Nova asked why, his answer was simple, because he's watching. And he was right. Paparazzi followed her from the hotel to temporary apartments. Sources close to Nova leaked stories about breakdowns and drug use. Her social media overflowed with trolls questioning her talent, her sanity, her worth. All Darren's doing. You need to make a statement, Riot said, handing her the new phone. Strategic, controlled, on your terms. And say what? My husband's a manipulative cheater who stole my music and my money.
No.
You say nothing about him directly. Riot pulled up a chair, suddenly animated. You talk about your new music, your future. You control the narrative while we build the case. Nova stared at him. What new music? I can't access my studio. The label owns my unfinished album. I have nothing. You have this. Riot tapped her chest, right above her heart, the contact brief, but jarring. The talent was always yours, Nova. He just convinced you that you needed him to access it. Heat rushed to her face. I need equipment. Producers. A place to record. All solvable problems. Riot was already typing on his phone. My brother runs an indie studio on the east side. Off the radar, high-quality gear. You can work there. Why would you do that? It's not part of our arrangement. Riot's eyes met hers, something unreadable in their depths. Maybe I want to hear what you sound like when you're not singing someone else's version of your songs. The words hit something raw inside her. For years, Darren had refined her sound, pushed her toward commercial success at the expense of her artistic vision. What would she create without his influence?
Fine, she agreed.
But no cameras, no posting about it, nothing that could tip him off. I know how to keep secrets, Riot said, his voice dropping to that rough whisper that made her skin prickle. The question is, can you? Before she could answer, his phone rang. He checked the screen, frowning. I need to take this. Family emergency. He stepped into the hallway, leaving Nova alone with the evidence of her failed marriage. She walked to the window, watching the city lights blink on as dusk settled. 3 stories below, a black sedan idled at the curb, the same one she'd noticed yesterday. Riot returned, his face grim. "My mother's in the hospital. Heart problems." He gathered his keys. "I need to go." "Of course," Nova said, surprised by the flicker of worry she felt for this man she barely knew. "Is she going to be okay?" "This isn't her first episode." He shrugged, but tension lined his shoulders. "The doctors know her. She'll pull through." Nova hesitated, then touched his arm. "I'm sorry." Riot stiffened at the contact, then relaxed, just slightly. "Don't be. She's tougher than I am." He glanced at his watch. "I'll drop you at the hotel. I can call a car." "No, you can't." His tone left no room for argument. "We don't know who's on Darren's payroll. I'll drive you." 20 minutes later, they sat in traffic, the city humming around them. Riot's car smelled like leather and something woodsy, his cologne maybe. Nova studied his profile as he drove. The strong jaw, the slight crook in his nose where it had been broken, the intensity in his eyes as he watched the road. "Why law?" she asked suddenly. "You don't seem like the corporate type." A half smile curved his mouth. "What, the suit and tie facade didn't convince you?" "You're deflecting. And you're prying." "I'm trying to understand the man I've trusted with my life," Nova countered. "Is that so wrong?" Riot was quiet for so long she thought he wouldn't answer. Then, "I wanted to fight without using my fists. Turns out words can do more damage anyway." Something in his tone hinted at old wounds. "Did you always want to be a lawyer?"
No.
He turned onto her hotel street. "I wanted to be a musician. Like my father." "What happened?" "Life." The word held volumes. He pulled up to the curb, engine idling. "We're here." Nova didn't move. "What kind of music?" "The kind that doesn't pay bills." Riot finally looked at her, something vulnerable flashing across his face before disappearing. "Classical piano. Jazz sometimes. Nothing like your pop stardom." The admission felt intimate, a piece of himself he rarely shared. Nova wanted to ask more, to unravel the mystery of the man beside her, but his phone buzzed again. "You should go," he said, checking the screen. "I'll call you tomorrow about the studio." The dismissal stung more than it should.
Right.
"Of course." Nova gathered her bag. "I hope your mom's okay." She stepped onto the sidewalk, the night air cool against her skin. Through the car window, Riot's eyes met hers one last time. "Nova," he called as she turned to leave. "Be careful who you trust. Even me." The warning hung between them as he drove away, taillights disappearing into the tangle of traffic. Inside her hotel room, Nova paced, his words echoing. "Be careful who you trust. Even me." Was it a threat? A test? A genuine warning? Her new phone chimed with a message. An address, a time, a single instruction. "Come alone. The studio. Tomorrow." Nova stared at the text, a shiver running through her that had nothing to do with fear and everything to do with anticipation. This alliance with Riot Vale might win her freedom from Darren. But at what cost to her heart? Chapter 5. He'll be there. Riot adjusted Nova's earpiece, his fingers brushing her temple. "Remember the plan. Get him talking about the album sale. Record everything." Nova recited, trying to ignore the warmth of his touch. "I'm not an idiot. Never said you were." Riot stepped back, surveying his work. "But you're not exactly undercover material either." The charity gala buzzed with activity around them. They'd chosen this venue deliberately. Darren never missed a chance to be photographed supporting worthy causes. Especially now, when his public image needed rehabilitation. "You look." Riot's eyes traveled from the silver gown that hugged her curves to the dark lipstick that made her mouth look like a bruise. "Different." Good different or bad different? Dangerous different. The word hung between them. Electric. For 2 weeks, they'd worked side by side in his brother's studio. Nova writing furiously, channeling her anger into lyrics while Riot built their legal case. Something had shifted between them, the strict professionalism giving way to lingering glances, unnecessary touches, conversations that stretched late into the night. "Remember," Riot said, his voice dropping, "this isn't about revenge. It's about evidence." Why can't it be both? Nova checked her reflection in her compact mirror. After what he did. Because revenge clouds judgment. His hand caught her wrist, firm but gentle. "And we need you sharp tonight." The contact sent heat spiraling through her body. She pulled away, unsettled by her reaction. "I should go in first," she said. "It'll look suspicious if we're seen together." Riot nodded, his face unreadable. "I'll be watching." Nova took a deep breath and stepped through the double doors into the ballroom. Crystal chandeliers cast golden light over the crowd, celebrities, business moguls, politicians all mingling in their finery. She felt eyes turn toward her immediately. The disgraced pop star, making her first public appearance since the Grammy incident. Whispers followed in her wake like perfume. "Nova," a familiar voice called from her left. "Oh my God, you came?" Elise, her former backup dancer. Darren's mistress. The woman wore a red dress that barely covered her body, her smile wide and fake. "Elise." Nova kept her voice neutral, fighting the urge to slap the smug look off her face. "How convenient to run into you. I know things have been crazy, but I've been so worried about you." Elise touched Nova's arm, the gesture performative. "Darren said you've been struggling." "Did he?" Nova forced a smile. "How thoughtful of him to share my personal business." "He cares about you." "We both do." Elise glanced around the room. "He's here somewhere." "I'm sure he'd love to talk." "I bet he would." Nova spotted him across the room, holding court with a group of industry executives. "Excuse me." She made her way through the crowd, heartbeat thundering in her ears. In her peripheral vision, she caught Riot watching from the bar, his posture tense as a bowstring. Darren saw her coming. His smile faltered, then widened, the professional mask sliding into place. "Nova." He air-kissed her cheek. "What a surprise." "Is it?" She kept her voice honeyed, aware of the executives watching. "I've always supported this charity." "Of course." Darren turned to the men beside him. "Gentlemen, my wife needs no introduction." "Ex-wife, soon enough," Nova corrected sweetly. "But who's counting?" The men laughed nervously. Darren's jaw tightened. "Could you excuse us for a moment?" he asked the group. "Family business." He guided Nova to a quiet corner, his fingers digging into her arm. "What are you doing here?" he hissed. "Supporting the arts," Nova said innocently. "Isn't that what you always told me to do? Be seen in the right places." "Cut the act." Darren's eyes narrowed. "I know you've hired Vale." Nova's stomach dropped. "I don't know what you're talking about." "Please." He laughed. "You think I don't have people watching? That studio on the east side isn't as secret as you think." She fought to keep her expression neutral. "You've been spying on me? Protecting my investment." Darren's smile was all teeth. "Those songs you're writing? They belong to me. Just like everything else you create." "I don't belong to you," Nova said, her voice steady despite the rage building inside her. "I never did." "The courts will disagree." He stepped closer, his cologne cloying. "You signed the contracts, sweetheart. Every note, every word, every breath you take on stage, it's mine." The earpiece crackled. Riot's voice. "We've got enough. Get out of there." But Nova wasn't finished. "What about the doctor contracts?" Darren's eyes widened, just slightly. "Excuse me? The ones where you changed the terms after I signed." She smiled, seeing the flicker of uncertainty cross his face. "Did you really think no one would notice?" His hand shot out, gripping her wrist painfully. "You little." "Careful," Nova warned, glancing at the crowd. "Cameras everywhere." "You're playing a game you can't win," Darren said, his voice low and dangerous. "Vale isn't the white knight you think he is." "Did he tell you about his past?" "About what happened to the last client he represented against me." Nova's confidence wavered. "What are you talking about?" "Ask him about Aria Bell." Darren released her wrist, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. "Ask him why she gave up everything and disappeared." Before Nova could respond, A hand settled at the small of her back, warm, steadying. "Mind if I cut in?" Riot asked, his voice pleasant but his eyes hard as he looked at Darren. Darren's smile turned predatory. "Ryan Vale. Or is it Riot now? How's your mother's heart condition?" Nova felt Riot stiffen beside her. "Better than your legal position," Riot replied smoothly. "Nova, we should go." "Running already?" Darren taunted. "But we were just getting reacquainted." "We'll have plenty of time for that in court," Riot said. "Nova." She nodded, letting him guide her away. His hand never left her back, a brand against her skin through the thin fabric of her dress. They didn't speak until they reached the terrace, the cool night air a relief after the stifling ballroom. "He knows about the studio," Nova said, her voice shaking. "He's been watching us." "Of course he has." Riot ran a hand through his hair. "But we got what we needed." "Who's Aria Bell?" Riot froze. "What?" "Darren mentioned her. Said I should ask you what happened to her." Nova watched his face carefully. "So, I'm asking." Something dark crossed his features. "That's not something we discuss here." "Then where?" Nova stepped closer. "You wanted my trust, Riot. Trust goes both ways." "No, I wanted your signature," he corrected, voice hard. Trust was never part of the deal. The words stung more than they should have.
Fine.
"Keep your secrets." Nova turned to leave. "I've had enough of men hiding things from me." Riot caught her arm, pulling her back. "It's not that simple. It never is with you. Aria was my client, yes." His eyes bore into hers. "And what happened to her is exactly why I warned you about trusting me." "What does that mean?" "It means," he broke off, jaw clenching. "It means Darren knows exactly how to get under your skin. And mine." A charged silence stretched between them. Nova was suddenly, painfully aware of his hand still holding her arm, the heat of his body so close to hers, the way his eyes dropped to her lips for the briefest moment. "We should go," he said finally, releasing her. "This venue isn't safe." But Nova didn't move. 5 years of suppressing her desires, of being the perfect wife, the marketable star, all of it boiled down to this moment of defiance. "I'm tired of playing it safe," she whispered. And then she was kissing him, her hands gripping the lapels of his suit, pulling him toward her with a desperation that shocked them both. For a moment, Riot stood frozen, unresponsive. Then something snapped. His hands tangled in her hair, ruining the careful style as he backed her against the stone balustrade. The kiss was nothing like Darren's calculated affection. This was raw, primal, the clash of two people who wanted to consume each other. "We can't," Riot growled against her mouth, even as his hands traced the curve of her waist, the dip of her spine. "We already are," Nova whispered back, biting his lower lip, drawing a groan from deep in his chest. His mouth trailed down her neck, teeth grazing the sensitive skin beneath her ear. Nova's head fell back, a soft sound escaping her. "Not here," Riot said, his voice rough with restraint. "Too many eyes." He was right. Anyone could walk onto the terrace. Cameras could be watching from the garden below. "Your place," Nova decided, already pulling him toward the exit.
Now.
They barely made it through the door of his apartment before clothes were discarded, hands exploring newly exposed skin. Riot lifted her against the wall, her legs wrapping around his waist as he buried his face in her neck, inhaling her scent like a drowning man finding air. "This changes nothing," he murmured, even as he carried her to his bedroom, laying her across sheets that smelled like him. "Shut up," Nova commanded, pulling him down to her. "Just shut up and touch me." And he did, with a hunger that matched her own. Each kiss a battle, each touch a claim. There was nothing gentle in the way they came together, nothing romantic in the sounds that filled the darkness. This wasn't making love. It was exorcism. Later, as they lay tangled in sweat-dampened sheets, reality began to seep back in. Nova watched Riot's profile in the dim light, the strong line of his jaw, the shadows under his eyes. "What happens now?" she asked, her voice small in the quiet room. Riot turned to look at her, something unreadable in his gaze. "Now you go home." We keep working the case. And this, he gestured between them, doesn't happen again. The dismissal stung, but Nova refused to show it. Fine by me. She slipped from the bed, gathering her scattered clothes. Riot watched her, silent and still. Your jacket's in the living room, he said finally. Nova nodded, not trusting herself to speak. She dressed quickly, feeling his eyes on her back like a physical touch. In the living room, she found her purse and heels where they'd been abandoned in their frantic entrance. Her hand brushed Riot's jacket, draped over a chair. Something hard pressed against her fingers through the fabric. Curious, she reached into the pocket. Her fingers closed around a small device, a voice recorder, still running. The blood drained from her face. The whispered promises, the sounds she'd made, all captured. All evidence that could be used against her. Find something interesting? Nova whirled around. Riot stood in the doorway, wearing only his boxer briefs, his expression unreadable. You recorded us? She held up the device, her hand shaking. Why? Not us. Riot crossed the room, taking the recorder from her hand.
You.
At the gala. With Darren. It was still running. Nova's voice cracked. Everything we just did. Insurance. His tone was flat, emotionless. You were always going to screw me, Nova. I just made sure I got there first. The betrayal cut deeper than any of Darren's lies. At least with him, she'd expected the worst. With Riot, she'd hoped for better. Nova slapped him, hard, her palm connecting with his cheek with a crack that echoed in the quiet apartment. You're no different than he is, she spat, tears burning her eyes. You just wear your manipulation more honestly. Riot didn't flinch, didn't react to the reddening mark on his face. At least I never pretended otherwise. Nova grabbed her things and headed for the door, dignity in tatters, but spine straight. We're done, she said, hand on the doorknob. Find yourself another victim to save. Nova. Riot called after her, something like regret in his voice. It's not what you think. But she was already gone, the door slamming behind her like the period at the end of a sentence. The end of whatever had just begun. Chapter 6. 3 days of silence. 3 days of ignored calls, unread texts, and questions without answers. Nova paced her hotel room, the walls closing in with each circuit. The minibar had been emptied the first night, emotions drowning in tiny bottles of overpriced vodka. Now she was sober, angry, and stuck. Without Riot, her case against Darren was in shambles. Without Darren, she had no access to her money, her home, her equipment. Without both men, she was adrift, a star without a constellation. Her phone buzzed again. Riot's name lit up the screen. Call number 17. She let it ring. The voice recorder played on repeat in her mind. The evidence of their night together, the sounds, the whispers, the vulnerability, all captured without her knowledge. Insurance, he'd called it. Against what? Her honesty? Her loyalty? A sharp knock broke her spiral. Nova froze, hand instinctively reaching for the baseball bat she'd propped by the door. Nova. Riot's voice, low and insistent. Open the door. Her heart lurched traitorously in her chest. Go away. We need to talk. I think you've recorded enough of my words. A pause. Then softer, please. Something in his tone, a rawness she hadn't heard before, made her hesitate. Nova approached the door, keeping the chain latched as she cracked it open. Riot looked terrible. Dark circles shadowed his eyes. Stubble had thickened to an unkempt beard, and his usually immaculate clothes were rumpled. You look like hell, she said flatly. Feel worse. He ran a hand through his disheveled hair. Can I come in?
No.
Nova kept her grip on the door tight. Say what you need to say from there. Riot glanced down the hallway, jaw clenching. This isn't a conversation for public spaces. Then I guess we're not having it. She started to close the door. His hand shot out, stopping it. Darren's filed a countersuit, he said quickly. Defamation, breach of contract, theft of intellectual property. He's freezing your remaining accounts. Nova's stomach dropped. He can't do that. He already has. Riot's eyes met hers, urgent. Nova, let me in.
Please.
5 minutes. Against her better judgment, she unlatched the chain. Riot stepped inside, keeping a careful distance between them. The room felt smaller with him in it, more charged. Her body remembered his touch even as her mind screamed danger. The recorder, she said before he could speak. Explain. Riot pulled it from his pocket, setting it on the table between them. It was running at the gala, yes, to capture Darren's admission about the contracts. And after? I forgot to turn it off. His eyes never left hers. I was distracted. Convenient excuse. It's the truth. Riot pressed a button on the device. Listen. The recorder played back their conversation at the gala, Darren's damning words clear as crystal. Then rustling sounds, breathing, the unmistakable noises of their encounter. Nova felt her face heat with humiliation. Turn it off. Riot complied. I deleted that part as soon as I realized. There's no copy, no backup. How do I know that? You don't. His honesty was brutal. But I'm asking you to believe me anyway. Nova laughed, the sound bitter. Like you believed in me? You were always going to screw me, Nova. Your words, not mine. Riot had the decency to look ashamed. I was wrong to say that, but not wrong to think it. I think everyone's going to betray me eventually. He shrugged, the gesture almost vulnerable. Professional hazard. Then why are you here? Why not let me drown? Because you deserve better. Riot took a step closer. And because I'm not done fighting for you. The sincerity in his voice made her chest ache. Nova turned away, unable to look at him. How do I know you won't record me again? Or use what happened against me? You don't. Riot's voice was quiet. Trust isn't my strong suit, Nova. But neither is giving up. She faced him again, arms crossed like armor. I'm listening. Relief flickered across his face. He pulled out his phone, showing her an email. Darren's claiming you breached your contract by recording new music. Says the work belongs to him under the original agreement. How does he know about the new songs? Nova asked, then realization dawned. The studio. You said he was watching us. Riot nodded grimly. We need to move fast. Get the songs registered in your name before he can claim them. And how do we do that without money? Without resources? Nova gestured to the hotel room. I'm running on fumes here, Riot. I have a plan. He hesitated, then added, but you're not going to like it. When have I ever liked your plans? A ghost of a smile crossed his lips. Fair point. Riot walked to the window, peering through the blinds at the street below. Always checking, always vigilant. Nova wondered what, or who, had taught him to be so careful. We need to appear united, he said, turning back to her. You and me, presenting a seamless front. After what happened, because of what happened. Riot's eyes were intense. Darren knows about us. The studio, the night at my place, he'll use it to paint you as unstable, jumping from one man to another. The thought made Nova's skin crawl. So, what's your solution? We lean into it. Controlled narrative. Riot stepped closer. A strategic alliance, personal and professional. It makes you look confident, not desperate. Nova scoffed. You want to pretend we're a couple? I want to use Darren's tactics against him. Riot's voice hardened. He's trying to isolate you, to make you look erratic. We show the world you're moving forward, not falling apart. The idea was insane, dangerous. And yet, Nova couldn't deny the logic. And us? What happens behind closed doors? Nothing. Riot's expression was unreadable. What happened that night was a mistake. One I won't repeat. The words shouldn't have stung, but they did. Nova lifted her chin. Agreed. Riot nodded, relief and something else flashing in his eyes. Good. Then we're back in business. On one condition. Nova held his gaze. Complete transparency from now on. No more secrets, no more surprises. I want to know everything about the case, about Aria Bell, about you. Tension crackled between them, thick as smoke. Riot's jaw worked as he considered. Some secrets aren't mine to tell, he said finally. Then tell me the ones that are. A long moment passed. Then Riot nodded, once.
Deal.
He extended his hand. Nova looked at it, remembering the last time those fingers had touched her skin. Fire and fury, and something deeper that neither of them wanted to name.
She took his hand.
His palm was warm against hers, the contact sending unwanted heat up her arm. Don't touch me unless it's for show, she said, pulling away quickly. We're business partners, nothing more. Understood. Riot stepped back, hands raised in surrender. I'll have the new contract drawn up tomorrow. Nova walked to the door, opening it. I'll see you then. Riot paused on the threshold, looking back at her with those intense eyes that saw too much. For what it's worth, he said quietly, I am sorry. Nova held his gaze, refusing to soften. Prove it. After he left, she leaned against the closed door, breath coming in shaky exhales. Working with Riot again was playing with fire. Being near him was courting burns. Pretending to be with him was asking for immolation. But Nova was tired of being careful. Tired of being the one who got hurt while men like Darren walked away unscathed. If she had to dance with the devil to win her freedom, so be it. She knew the steps by heart anyway. Her phone buzzed with a text from Riot. Tomorrow, 9 a.m. Where something camera-worthy. The game was back on. And this time, Nova intended to win, even if her heart became collateral damage in the war. Chapter 7. We need more emotion in the bridge. Nova adjusted the microphone stand, frustration simmering beneath her skin. It sounds flat. The recording studio, a new one, more secure than Riot's brother's place, hummed with tension. 3 weeks into their strategic alliance, and the strain was beginning to show. It's not flat, it's controlled. The session producer, a bearded guy named Max who owed Riot a favor, sighed from behind the mixing board. We can add layers in post. I don't want layers. I want honesty. Nova pushed her headphones off. Let me try again. A throat cleared from the doorway. Riot stood there, arms crossed, dark suit impeccable as always. We have a meeting in an hour, he reminded her. The label's legal team won't wait. They can wait. Nova turned back to the mic. This matters more. Something flashed in Riot's eyes. Annoyance, maybe respect. He nodded to Max. Give us a minute. When the door closed behind the producer, Riot stepped into the booth. For weeks, they'd maintained careful distance, touching only when cameras were present, speaking only about the case. The pretense of a relationship existed solely in public, documented in strategic Instagram posts and accidental paparazzi shots. In private, they circled each other like wary predators. This song, Riot said, scanning the lyrics on the stand. It's new. Nova tensed. I wrote it last night. Betrayal has a familiar face, he read aloud. Trust breaks like glass under pressure. Subtle. It's not about you, if that's what you're thinking. The lie tasted bitter. Not everything is. Riot's mouth twitched. Darren will assume it's about him. Let him. The label meeting can wait. Nova met his gaze, challenging. This album is my leverage. Without it, I have nothing. Something shifted in Riot's expression. He'd been good to his word these past weeks, transparent about the case, updating her on every filing, every motion. But personal details remained locked behind walls she couldn't scale. You have me, he said quietly. The words hung between them, heavy with unspoken meaning. Nova looked away first. For now. She adjusted the microphone, needing something to do with her hands. Until the case is over. Nova. Don't. She cut him off. We have rules, remember? Business in private. Performance in public. Riot studied her for a long moment, then nodded. 1 hour. Then we go. He turned to leave, but Nova called after him. That file you promised. On Aria Bell. His shoulders stiffened. It's not ready. It's been 3 weeks. Some things take time, Riot said, not turning around. Trust me. Last time I trusted you, I ended up hurt. At that, he did turn. Something raw flashed across his face. That goes both ways. The door closed behind him with a soft click. Nova gripped the microphone stand, emotions churning. She knew she was being unfair. Riot had kept his promises, rebuilt their case, shielded her from the worst of Darren's attacks. But the recorder incident had left a wound that refused to heal. Worse, the memory of that night, his hands on her skin, his mouth against her neck, haunted her dreams. Playing pretend couple for the cameras only intensified the torture. Nova closed her eyes, channeling the frustration into her voice. When she sang the bridge again, the emotion bled through, raw, honest, undeniable. On the other side of the glass, Max gave her a thumbs up. She'd nailed it. 1 hour later, Nova and Riot sat side by side in the label's conference room, shoulders not quite touching. Across the polished table, 3 lawyers and an executive watched them with predatory interest. "The contract is clear," the lead attorney said, sliding a document forward. "All creative output during the marriage belongs to both parties." "Mrs. Reeves." "Ms. Nova," Riot corrected smoothly. "She's reclaiming her professional name." The attorney's smile didn't reach his eyes.
Ms. Nova, then.
"The songs you're recording now fall under the existing agreement." That agreement was doctored. Riot countered, voice calm but eyes hard. "We have evidence of tampering. Circumstantial at best." The exec, a woman with sharp cheekbones and sharper eyes, leaned forward. "What we have is a signed contract and an artist in breach." Nova felt rather than saw Riot's tension. His hand found hers under the table, a warning squeeze. "What we have," he replied, "is a company facilitating fraud. Not a position you want to defend in court." The temperature in the room seemed to drop. The exec, Sandra something, narrowed her eyes. "We could tie this up for years," she said. "By the time it's resolved, no one will remember who Nova is." Nova stiffened, but Riot's hand tightened on hers. "Interesting strategy," he said, voice dangerously soft. "Threaten the artist your catalog depends on." "Our catalog," Sandra corrected. "Music we own." "Music she created." Riot's thumb traced circles on Nova's wrist, the gesture hidden but intensely distracting. Music she could publicly disown. Imagine the PR nightmare. Grammy winner announces her own hits because they were stolen from her. A flicker of uncertainty crossed Sandra's face. That would be career suicide. Would it? Nova found her voice. Or would it make me a champion for artists' rights? A woman standing up to a system that exploits young talent. The room fell silent. Nova felt power shift, just slightly, in their direction. "What do you want?" Sandra asked finally. "My masters," Nova said without hesitation. "Full creative control going forward. And a public statement acknowledging Darren's actions." The lawyers exchanged glances. "That's not possible." "Then we'll see you in court," Riot said, standing. Nova rose beside him, their united front unbroken. "And in the press." They were halfway to the door when Sandra called after them. "Wait,"
she sighed.
"We might be able to negotiate on the masters. But the statement about Darren is off the table. He's still our artist too." Riot looked at Nova, a question in his eyes. She nodded slightly. "We'll consider a compromise," he said. "Send us a proposal by tomorrow." Outside, in the hallway, Nova let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. Did that just work? Partially. Riot stepped away, breaking the contact between them now that no one was watching. "They're scared." The elevator arrived with a soft ding. They stepped inside, alone in the small space. Nova could smell Riot's cologne, that subtle, woodsy scent that still lingered on her pillowcase from the morning he'd visited her hotel room. "You're good at this," she admitted. "The intimidation game." "So are you." Something like pride glinted in his eyes. "That line about becoming a champion for artists' rights? Perfect." The compliment warmed her more than it should have. "I meant it." "I know." Riot's gaze held hers. "That's why it worked." The elevator stopped. Doors opened. Neither moved. "About the song," Nova said finally. "The one I was recording." "What about it?" "It is about you," she admitted. "Partly." Riot's expression didn't change, but something shifted in his eyes. I thought it might be. Does that bother you?
No.
His voice dropped lower. Does it bother you that I like hearing you sing about me, even when the words are angry? Heat flashed through Nova's body. This was dangerous territory, crossing the careful lines they'd drawn. The elevator doors began to close. Riot's hand shot out, stopping them. We should go, he said, voice rough. Nova stepped out first, needing distance. The lobby bustled with people, forcing them back into their roles. Riot's hand settled at the small of her back, proprietary, camera-ready. Your place or mine? He asked, loud enough for nearby ears to catch. Neither, Nova replied, playing along. I need to finish the song. Riot nodded, but tension radiated from him. I'll take you back to the studio. The ride was silent, charged with unspoken words. Outside the recording studio, Riot stayed in the car, engine idling. You're not coming in? Nova asked, surprised. I have a meeting, he said, not quite meeting her eyes. About Arya. Nova's heart skipped. You found her? Maybe. Riot's fingers tapped the steering wheel. I'll call you later. Something in his tone made Nova hesitate. Riot, she said, hand on the door handle. The rules we made. What about them? Are they working for you? She forced herself to ask the question that had been haunting her. This arrangement. Riot looked at her, then really looked at her. No, he said simply. They're not. The honesty knocked the air from her lungs. So, what do we do? I don't know. He ran a hand through his hair. But something has to change. Nova nodded, unable to form words. She got out of the car, watching as he drove away, conflict written in every line of his body. Inside the studio, Max waited at the board. Ready to finish the track? Nova set down her purse, mind spinning. Actually, I want to record something new. Another song? We haven't finished this one. This is more important. Nova dug through her notebook, finding the lyrics she'd scribbled at 3 a.m. when missing Riot's touch had been a physical ache. Something more honest. She stepped into the booth, adjusted the microphone, and closed her eyes. The melody came from somewhere deep inside, a place she'd kept locked away since that night in Riot's apartment. As the first notes left her throat, Nova knew the rules were changing. Had already changed. The question was whether they would survive the new game they were playing. Max's voice came through the headphones. That's beautiful, Nova. What's it called? She opened her eyes, decision made. The fire I chose, she said, heart racing with certainty and fear. It was time to burn the rulebook and see what remained in the ashes. Chapter 8. 3, 2, 1. We're live with Nova and her attorney, Riot Vale. The podcast studio lights burned hot against Nova's skin. Beside her, Riot sat perfectly composed, one ankle crossed over his knee, his expression neutral yet alert. The host, a popular culture commentator named Drew Bishop, grinned at them from across the small table. Thanks for joining us today, Drew said, leaning into his microphone. This is your first joint interview since the Grammy incident, correct? It is, Nova confirmed, forcing a smile. Beneath the table, her fingers twisted nervously in her lap. Riot had insisted on this appearance, a calculated move to shift public opinion. Well, let's start with the elephant in the room, Drew continued. Nova, you slapped your husband on national television. Any regrets? The question was blunt, intentionally provocative. Nova felt Riot tense beside her. I regret that it came to that, she answered carefully. But I don't regret standing up for myself and my work. Care to elaborate? Nova glanced at Riot, who gave her a nearly imperceptible nod. They'd rehearsed this, crafting a narrative that revealed enough truth to be credible without disclosing details that could affect the case. Darren sold my unfinished album without my knowledge or consent, she said. Songs that were deeply personal, that weren't ready for the world. I felt violated. Drew's eyebrows shot up. Strong word choice. Accurate word choice, Riot interjected smoothly. Creative work is an extension of the artist. Taking it without permission is a violation. The host turned his attention to Riot. You were once on the other side, weren't you? Working for Darren Reeves? Briefly, Riot acknowledged. One case years ago. What changed? A muscle ticked in Riot's jaw. I saw the pattern. The pattern of how he operates. Riot's voice remained calm, but Nova could hear the underlying steel. Darren Reeves has a history of controlling and exploiting artists, particularly women. Drew leaned forward, sensing controversy. That's a serious accusation. It's a documented fact, Riot countered. One that will be proven in court. The conversation shifted to legal technicalities, giving Nova a moment to breathe. She studied Riot's profile as he spoke, the confidence in his posture, the precision of his arguments. In the months since they'd appeared at the label meeting together, their public relationship had intensified. Hand-holding at coffee shops. An arm around her waist at industry events. A kiss on the cheek outside the courthouse. All carefully orchestrated for maximum exposure. Behind closed doors, the tension had become nearly unbearable. Every almost touch, every unfinished sentence, every look that lasted too long, it all built into something dangerous, volatile. Nova. Drew's voice pulled her back to the present. I asked about your new music. Rumors are flying that you're working on something revolutionary. She smiled, genuine excitement replacing her anxiety. This, at least, was real. It's the most honest work I've ever created, she said. For the first time, I'm writing and producing without anyone filtering my voice. And how is that different from before? Nova considered her answer carefully. Before, I had people telling me what would sell, what fit my image. Now I'm just making art that matters to me. That's a dig at your husband, I assume? Ex-husband, she corrected. And it's not a dig, it's a fact. Artists should control their own narrative. Drew turned to Riot. And what do you think of Nova's new direction? As her attorney, are you concerned about potential backlash? As her attorney, I support her creative independence, Riot replied. The quality of the work speaks for itself. And as more than her attorney? Drew pressed, a sly smile playing on his lips. The two of you have been spotted together quite a bit lately, in situations that seem less than professional. The air in the studio thickened. Nova felt heat rise to her cheeks. Our relationship is evolving, Riot said after a calculated pause. But our focus remains on resolving the legal matters first. That's awfully diplomatic, Drew laughed. Come on, give us something juicier. How does it feel to be dating a Grammy winner? I'm not dating a Grammy winner, Riot said, his eyes meeting Nova's. I'm supporting the most dangerous woman I've ever touched. The words, unscripted, raw, sent electricity down Nova's spine. The studio seemed to fade away, the host's follow-up question becoming white noise. She almost said it then, the truth that had been building inside her for weeks, and the only one I wanted to keep. Instead, she smiled, letting the world interpret the look they shared however they wanted. That's a fascinating way to describe your client, Drew said, breaking the moment. Care to elaborate? Nova is dangerous because she's unwilling to be silenced, Riot explained, his eyes still locked with hers. The industry, and her ex-husband, underestimated her resolve. The rest of the interview passed in a blur. Questions about the court case, about her career plans, about the rumors Darren was spreading. Nova answered them all on autopilot, her mind still caught on Riot's words. The most dangerous woman I've ever touched. Outside the studio, rain fell in sheets, the gray sky reflecting Nova's tumultuous emotions. Riot helped her into his car, both of them ducking under a shared umbrella. That went well, he said once they were inside, rain drumming on the roof. The dangerous woman line will get picked up everywhere. Nova stared straight ahead. Was that planned? Or did you mean it? The question hung between them, heavier than the storm clouds above. Both, Riot admitted finally. The best strategy is always rooted in truth. And what's the truth, Riot? Nova turned to face him. Because I'm tired of performances and half-answers. His hands tightened on the steering wheel. The truth is complicated. Simplify it. Riot's laugh was humorless. Nothing about this situation is simple. Nothing about us is simple. Try, Nova insisted. For once, Just say what you actually feel, not what serves the case. A long silence stretched between them, broken only by the rhythm of rain against glass. When Riot finally spoke, his voice was quieter than she'd ever heard it. The truth is, I've never met anyone like you. He stared straight ahead, not meeting her eyes. Someone who makes me want to break all my own rules. The confession, small but seismic, stole Nova's breath. But, she prompted, sensing the unspoken caveat. But mixing feelings with a case this volatile is dangerous for both of us. Riot turned to her then, his eyes dark with things unsaid. I can't be what you need and be your lawyer at the same time. What if I need you to be both? The question hung between them, impossible and essential. Riot's phone rang before he could answer, shattering the moment. He checked the screen and frowned. I have to take this, he said, answering. Vale. Nova watched as his expression shifted from frustration to intensity. He listened for several moments, asking short, pointed questions. Text me the address, he finished. I'm on my way. He ended the call and turned to Nova. That was my investigator. He found someone who worked with Aria Bell before she disappeared. Where? Nova asked, heart rate quickening. Downtown. A recording studio. Riot started the car. I need to go now, while she's still there. I'm coming with you. He shook his head. This isn't part of our case. It is if Darren was involved, Nova countered. Besides, you promised transparency, remember? No more secrets. Conflict played across Riot's face. Finally, he nodded.
Fine.
But stay back, let me handle the questions. They drove in tense silence, the rain intensifying as they wound through the city. Nova watched Riot's profile, the way his jaw clenched and unclenched, the focus in his eyes. Whatever happened between him and Aria Bell had left scars deeper than the one above his eyebrow. The studio was in a converted warehouse, its brick exterior slick with rain. Riot parked illegally, throwing his lawyer credential on the dash. Wait here, he instructed, reaching for the door. Nova caught his arm. Together or not at all. Their eyes locked in a silent battle of wills. Finally, Riot nodded. Stay close. Inside, the studio hummed with activity, musicians milling about, techs adjusting equipment. Riot scanned the room, then zeroed in on a woman with purple hair talking to a sound engineer. Desi Torres? He asked, approaching her. The woman turned, wariness immediately crossing her face. Who's asking? My name is Riot Vale. I'm looking for information about Aria Bell. Desi's expression closed entirely. Never heard of her. You were her sound engineer for 3 years, Riot pressed. Before she disappeared. You a cop? Desi glanced between them. Because you need a warrant to. I'm a lawyer, Riot interrupted. And I'm trying to help someone Darren Reeves is targeting. The same way he targeted Aria. At Darren's name, something shifted in Desi's demeanor. Not here, she said finally. Meet me at the coffee shop across the street in 20 minutes. As they waited in the small cafe, Nova studied Riot's face. You're nervous, she observed. That's new. This case has haunted me for years, he admitted. Aria Bell was brilliant, a pianist, a composer. Darren signed her, married her, isolated her. When she tried to leave, what happened? Nova asked when he didn't continue. She survived, Riot said simply. But her career, her music, that all died. Before Nova could ask more, Desi entered, shaking rain from her jacket as she approached their table. She sat without preamble, eyes fixed on Riot. I remember you, she said. You were Aria's lawyer.
After.
Riot nodded. For a little while. Until you weren't. Desi's tone was accusing. Until she ran. I never abandoned her case, Riot countered, an edge to his voice. She disappeared before we could finish it. Desi's laugh was bitter. You think she had a choice? After what he did to her. Nova leaned forward. What did Darren do to Aria? Desi studied her for a long moment. You're her, she realized. The new wife. The one who slapped him at the Grammys. Ex-wife, soon. Nova corrected. And yes. Good for you. Desi sipped her coffee. Arya wasn't so lucky. Or so public. What happened?
Riot pressed.
Desi glanced around the cafe, then lowered her voice. When she tried to leave him, Darren didn't just threaten legal action. He threatened her physically. Her eyes met Riot's. You knew about the hospital visit, right? The accident? Riot's face hardened. I knew. We filed police reports. Reports that disappeared, Desi added. Just like the recording of him threatening her. She turned to Nova. After the police failed her, Arya tried to expose Darren herself. Recorded him admitting what he'd done. And, Nova asked, dread pooling in her stomach. The recording vanished from her apartment. Along with her computer, her backup drives. Desi's expression darkened. A week later, someone broke into her studio. Destroyed years of original compositions. She left the country after that, Riot said quietly. Changed her name. She had no choice. Desi looked between them. So, if you're going against Darren, you better be prepared. He doesn't just play dirty, he plays deadly. The warning hung in the air, heavy and ominous. Nova felt cold despite the warmth of the cafe. Thank you for telling us, she said finally. Is there any way to contact Arya now? Desi shook her head. I haven't heard from her in years. She stood, zipping her jacket. But I have something that might help you. She pulled a small USB drive from her pocket, sliding it across the table to Riot. What's this? He asked. Insurance, Desi replied. I made a copy of that recording before it disappeared. I've been too scared to use it, but maybe you can. Riot stared at the drive, his expression unreadable. Why give this to me now? After all these years. Desi's eyes flicked to Nova. Because she survived to fight back. Arya would want her to win. After she left, Nova and Riot sat in silence, the USB drive like a live grenade between them. This changes everything, Riot said finally. If Darren threatened Arya on this recording, then we have proof of his pattern, Nova finished. Proof that he's dangerous. Riot nodded, pocketing the drive. His face was grave, shoulders tense with new responsibility. Outside, the rain had stopped, leaving the streets slick and gleaming under neon lights. They walked to the car in silence, both processing what they'd learned. You were right to come, Riot said as they reached the vehicle. Thank you. The simple acknowledgement, so rare from him, warmed Nova more than it should have. What happens now? She asked. Riot opened her door, his expression determined. Now we get ready for war. As they drove through the glittering city, Nova watched Riot's profile, seeing him with new clarity. The man beside her wasn't just fighting her battle, he was continuing one he'd lost years ago. Riot, she said softly, about what you said in the car earlier. Not now, he cut her off, but gently.
Please.
I need to focus on this first. Nova nodded, understanding. The recording was a potential game changer, but also a new danger. If Darren had gone to such lengths to silence Arya, when this is over, she said instead, we finish that conversation. Riot's eyes met hers briefly, something like hope flickering in their depths. When this is over, he agreed. If we both make it through. The qualifier sent a chill down Nova's spine. For the first time, she understood the true stakes of their fight. This wasn't just about music or money or pride. It might be about survival. Chapter 9. You did what? Nova's voice echoed through Riot's office, sharp with disbelief. I paid off your studio debt. Riot didn't look up from the legal brief he was reading. The one from Elevation Studios. They were about to sell it to Darren's shell company. That was $300,000. $350, actually. Now he did look up, expression maddeningly calm. Darren tried to outbid me, but I moved faster. Nova paced the length of his office, pulse pounding in her ears. 2 days had passed since they'd met with Desi and received the USB drive. 2 days of Riot working nonstop, consulting with digital forensics experts, meeting with investigators. 2 days of Nova feeling increasingly helpless in her own fight. You had no right, she said, hands balled into fists. That was my debt. My problem. It was our problem the moment Darren tried to buy it. Riot set down the brief. If he'd gained control of your recording space, I know the risks. Nova cut him off. But you should have talked to me first. There wasn't time. Bullshit. She stopped pacing to face him. You didn't talk to me because you knew I'd say no. Riot stood, rounding his desk with deliberate steps. I didn't talk to you because I was protecting our case. Our case. Nova laughed bitterly. Or your control? Something dangerous flashed in his eyes. Is that what you think this is about? Control? I think it's about you making decisions for me, just like Darren did. The comparison hit its mark. Riot's jaw clenched, a muscle ticking visibly. That's not fair. Isn't it? Nova stepped closer, challenging. You keep parts of the case for me. You make financial decisions without consulting me. You dictate when and how we appear in public. To protect you, Riot insisted. Everything I've done has been to keep you safe, to strengthen our position. And that's exactly what Darren used to say, Nova countered. That he was protecting me, managing my career, building my brand. Riot's expression darkened. I am nothing like him. Prove it, Nova demanded. Stop keeping me in the dark. Stop making decisions about my life without me. Tension crackled between them, nearly visible in the air. Riot took a step back, running a hand through his hair.
Fine.
You want transparency? Here it is. He moved to his computer, typing rapidly. Darren's team found Aria. They're bringing her in as a witness. Nova's stomach dropped. Against us. They're trying. Riot's voice was tight. Offering her money, threatening to expose her new identity. I just found out yesterday. And you didn't tell me? I was trying to find her first, he admitted. To warn her. To protect her. Like you're protecting me? Nova's voice softened, some of her anger fading at the genuine concern in his eyes. Riot, I need to be your partner in this fight, not just your client. He studied her for a long moment, conflict plain on his face. Partners share the burden, he said finally. Are you ready for what that really means? Try me. Riot hesitated, then opened a drawer in his desk. He withdrew a thick folder and handed it to her. This is everything on Aria's case. The police reports, the hospital records, the witness statements. His voice was rough. Including my failures. Nova looked down at the folder, suddenly understanding the weight it carried. Your failures. I couldn't protect her, Riot said quietly. I tried every legal avenue, pulled every connection. But in the end, she had to disappear to survive. The raw admission, the vulnerability behind it, shifted something in Nova's chest. That wasn't your failure, she said. It was the system's. Darren's. Tell that to Aria. Riot turned away, staring out the window at the city below. I promised I would win her case. Get her music back. Her life back. His voice dropped lower. I failed. Nova set the folder on his desk and moved closer, close enough to see the tension in his shoulders, the rigid line of his spine. Is that why you took my case? She asked softly. To make it right? Partly, he admitted. At first. And now. Riot turned to face her, something unguarded in his expression. Now it's about you. About making sure you don't just survive this, you win. The sincerity in his voice made her breath catch. For a moment, they stood there, the anger between them transforming into something else, something electric and dangerous. I still don't want you paying my debts, Nova said, her voice steadier than she felt. It crosses a line. What line? Riot stepped closer. The one between lawyer and client? Or the one we crossed that night in my apartment? Heat flooded Nova's face. They never spoke about that night, the unspoken rule in their careful dance. Both, she managed. And if I want to cross them again? Riot's voice dropped lower, his eyes never leaving hers. What then, Nova? The question hung between them, heavy with possibilities. Nova knew she should step back, maintain the professional boundary they'd been pretending to respect. Instead, she closed the distance. Then stop talking about it, she whispered, and do it. Something snapped in Riot's expression. His hands were in her hair, his mouth crashing down on hers with none of the restraint they'd been practicing for weeks. Nova met his intensity with her own, fingers digging into his shoulders, pulling him closer. This was nothing like their careful public displays of affection. Nothing like the choreographed hand-holding and camera-ready embraces. This was raw, primal, months of tension exploding in a single moment. Riot backed her against his desk, papers scattering to the floor. His hands traced the curve of her waist, the dip of her spine, as if memorizing her shape. Nova pulled at his tie, needing to feel skin beneath her fingers. "We shouldn't," he murmured against her neck, even as his actions contradicted his words. "We already are," Nova replied, echoing their exchange from that first night. His mouth found hers again, hungrier now. Nova's hands worked at his shirt buttons, revealing the smooth plane of his chest, the scars she hadn't had time to explore before. Riot lifted her onto the desk, stepping between her legs as she wrapped them around his waist. "The door," she gasped as his teeth grazed her collarbone. "Locked," he assured her, hands sliding under her blouse. Always locked. There was ownership in his touch, not the controlling grip Darren had used, but something more elemental. A claiming that went both ways. Nova felt powerful, desired, dangerous in the best possible way. Clothes were discarded with urgent hands. Skin pressed against skin, heated and desperate. The desk beneath her was hard, unforgiving, but Nova didn't care. All that mattered was Riot's touch, the way he looked at her like she was both salvation and destruction. "Nova," he breathed her name like a prayer, a confession, a surrender. And then they were moving together, finding a rhythm born of frustration and need and something deeper neither was ready to name. Nova's nails dug into his back, marking him as he marked her with teeth and fingers, and words murmured against her skin. It was nothing like before, that first night of anger and revenge. This was acknowledgement, recognition, the truth they'd been dancing around for weeks. When Nova came apart, Riot's name on her lips like a curse and a blessing, he followed immediately, as if unable to resist the pull of her gravity. In the aftermath, reality seeped slowly back in. The scattered papers on the floor, the open case files, the USB drive containing evidence that could destroy Darren or put them in danger. Nova straightened her clothing with shaking hands, unable to look at Riot. What had felt inevitable, essential in the heat of passion, now seemed reckless in the cold light of consequence. "This complicates things," Riot said finally, buttoning his shirt. The understatement almost made Nova laugh. "You think?" "I don't regret it," he added, surprising her with his directness. Nova looked up then, finding his eyes. "Neither do I," she admitted. "But it can't happen again. Because I need you focused on the case, not on me." Nova straightened her blouse. "Because mixing business and pleasure never ends well." "This isn't just pleasure," Riot said quietly. "And you know it." The truth in his words made her chest ache. "That makes it more dangerous, not less." Riot didn't argue. He finished dressing in silence, then bent to gather the scattered papers. Nova watched him, the confident movements of his hands, the determination in his jawline. "About the studio debt," she said finally. "I'll tear up the payment if that's what you want," Riot offered without looking up.
No.
Nova took a deep breath. "But I want to document it as a loan, not a gift. With interest. Proper paperwork." Now Riot did look up, surprise and something like respect in his eyes. "You don't trust me to keep my word?" "I trust you," Nova said. "But I need to own myself completely when this is over. No debts, no obligations, no one with a claim on me or my work." Understanding dawned in his expression. "Not even me?" "Especially not you," she said softly. Riot nodded slowly. "I'll have the paperwork drawn up." He hesitated, then added, "For what it's worth, I never saw you as something to own." "I know." Nova's smile was sad. "That's what makes you different from him." They worked in silence for the next hour, reorganizing the scattered files, reviewing the information about Arya. The air between them had changed, charged with new awareness, new complications. As Nova prepared to leave, Riot touched her arm, the contact brief but meaningful. "We have the deposition tomorrow," he reminded her. "Darren will be there." "I remember." "He'll try to provoke you," Riot warned. "Use your emotions against you." Nova met his gaze steadily. Let him try. Something like pride flickered in Riot's eyes. Get some rest, he said. Tomorrow's going to be a long day. At the door, Nova paused, looking back at him. The man who had become so much more than her lawyer, yet could never be what her heart was beginning to want. Riot, she said softly. When you said you paid off my studio debt, was it really just about the case? He held her gaze for a long moment. No, he admitted finally. It was about keeping something precious to you safe. Because. He hesitated, then finished. Because you've become precious to me. The simple honesty stole Nova's breath. She nodded once, unable to form words, and slipped through the door before she could change her mind about leaving. Outside, in the cool evening air, Nova touched her lips, still swollen from his kisses. Tomorrow they would face Darren together, united in purpose if divided in heart. But tonight, alone in the darkness of her car, she allowed herself to acknowledge the truth she'd been fighting for weeks. She was falling for the one man she couldn't afford to love. The man who might save her career, her music, her future, but at the cost of her carefully guarded heart. Chapter 10. What do you mean it leaked? Riot's voice cut through the chaos of Nova's kitchen, sharp with disbelief. The song wasn't scheduled for release for another 2 weeks. Nova scrolled through her phone, watching the numbers climb. Thousands of shares. Hundreds of thousands of streams. The hashtag #NovaReborn trending worldwide. Someone posted it online at midnight, she explained. By morning, it was everywhere. Have you seen this? Theo burst through the front door, tablet in hand. They're saying Darren did it to sabotage the official release. The single, Broken Chains, was the first song from Nova's new album. Raw, unfiltered, explicitly about her marriage's collapse. They'd planned a careful rollout, exclusive interviews, targeted press, maximum impact. Now it was out there, unleashed without context or control. Did Darren do this? Riot asked, studying Nova's face. She avoided his eyes. They hadn't been alone since that afternoon in his office 3 days ago. The memory of his desk, his hands, his confessions still too fresh, too dangerous. Darren's team is denying it, Theo reported, scrolling through his phone. His publicist just released a statement calling it a desperate publicity stunt after disappointing test audience reactions. That's bullshit, Nova snapped. The feedback was incredible. He's trying to control the narrative, Riot said. Make it seem like the leak was intentional because the song was failing. The irony almost made Nova laugh. Because the truth, the secret she'd been hiding for days, was that she had leaked the song herself. Not because it was failing. Because she was tired of waiting for permission to tell her story. The reviews are phenomenal, Theo continued, oblivious to Nova's inner turmoil. Even critics who usually hate pop music are calling it brave, authentic, revolutionary. Riot paced the kitchen, tension radiating from his shoulders. This complicates the case. If they can prove we leaked it deliberately to damage Darren's reputation. They can't prove anything, Nova interrupted. And the song never mentions him by name. It doesn't have to, Riot argued. The timing, the content, it's clearly about him. You sold my soul while I was still using it. That's not subtle, Nova. Her phone chimed with another notification. A message from Max, the studio producer. Critics are calling. Everyone wants to know if you leaked it. What should I say? Nova's stomach nodded. She'd sworn Max to secrecy when they'd uploaded the track through an anonymous account. But now, with accusations flying, we need to get ahead of this, Theo insisted. Make a statement embracing the leak, thanking fans for their support. Turn it into a victory. No, Riot cut in. We say nothing until we know who's responsible. Nova set down her phone, decision made. I did it. The room went silent. Theo's mouth opened, then closed. Riot stared at her, expression unreadable. You what? He finally managed. I leaked the song. Nova straightened her shoulders, owning the choice. Last night. From a burner account. Theo collapsed into a chair, hand over his heart. Jesus Christ, Nova. Why didn't you tell me? Because you would have tried to stop me. Damn right I would have. Theo threw up his hands. We had a plan. Marketing, press, the whole rollout. Plans change, Nova said firmly. I was tired of waiting for the right moment while Darren controlled the narrative about me in every tabloid. Throughout this exchange, Riot had remained eerily silent, his eyes never leaving her face. When he finally spoke, his voice was dangerously quiet. You jeopardized our entire case without consulting me. It's my music, my story, Nova countered. I didn't need permission. No, but you needed common sense, Riot shot back. We're in the middle of legal proceedings. Everything you do affects the case. The case. Nova's frustration erupted. That's all you care about, because it's what keeps you safe. Riot's rare display of temper silenced the room, because it's what gives you a future. Theo looked between them, sensing the deeper current. I should go make some calls, he said, backing toward the door. Damage control. Neither Nova nor Riot acknowledged his departure. They stood facing each other across the kitchen island, the air charged with things unsaid. You knew how important the timing was, Riot said once they were alone. After everything we learned about Arya, about what Darren's capable of. That's exactly why I did it, Nova interrupted. I refuse to let fear dictate my life anymore. My career. My voice. There's a difference between courage and recklessness. And there's a difference between caution and control, she countered. Riot's jaw tightened. Is that what you think I'm doing? Controlling you? I think you're so focused on winning the case that you've forgotten what we're fighting for. Nova stepped closer, challenging him. My freedom. My voice. My right to tell my own story. And what about your safety? Riot demanded. What about the consequences? I've lived my entire career afraid of consequences, Nova said quietly. Afraid of saying the wrong thing, making the wrong move, disappointing the wrong person. I'm done being afraid. Something shifted in Riot's expression, frustration giving way to reluctant understanding. You should have told me, he said, voice softer. I could have helped prepare. Would you have agreed to it? Riot's silence was answer enough. That's why I didn't tell you. Nova moved to the window, watching rain begin to fall outside. Some decisions I need to make for myself, even the risky ones. Riot approached slowly, stopping just behind her, close enough that she could feel his warmth, but not touching. I'm proud of you, he said finally, surprising her. The song. It's incredible. Nova turned, searching his face. You've heard it 3 times this morning. A small smile touched his lips. Before I knew you were behind the leak. And it's the most honest thing I've ever heard you create. His eyes held hers. Darren should be terrified. Relief and something warmer flooded Nova's chest. You're not angry? I'm professionally concerned, Riot clarified. But personally, he shook his head, admiration clear in his expression. Personally, I think you just changed the game. Nova hadn't realized how much his approval meant until she had it. The tension between them softened, shifted into something else. So what now? She asked. Now we adapt. Riot pulled out his phone. I'll call our PR team, coordinate with Theo. We embrace the leak, frame it as evidence of how desperately your music connects with people. And the case? We prepare for Darren's retaliation, Riot said grimly. Because it's coming. As if summoned by his words, Nova's phone rang. An unknown number. She answered cautiously. Hello. You think you're clever, don't you? Darren's voice, smooth as poison. Leaking that pathetic song. Playing the victim. Nova's blood ran cold. She pressed speaker, signaling to Riot. How did you get this number? She demanded. I have resources, sweetheart. Always have. Riot moved closer, hand on Nova's arm, steadying. What do you want, Darren? She asked. His laugh was ugly. To congratulate you. On the leak. On your new relationship. His voice hardened. How's Riot treating you? Better than the last woman he tried to save from me. Nova's grip tightened on the phone. Is that a threat? A warning, Darren corrected. Ask your attack dog what happened to Arya after she trusted him. Ask him about the recordings. Riot stiffened beside her. You don't scare me, Nova said, stronger than she felt. I should, Darren countered. But I'm a generous man. So I'll make you an offer. Walk away now. Drop the lawsuit. Give me the masters to the new songs. And in return, I'll let you keep your reputation, your career, your freedom. Go to hell. Final answer? Darren's voice turned silky. Think carefully, Nova. Because what I have on Vale will destroy him. And what I have on you will make the world see exactly who you really are. We're done here, Nova said firmly. Yes, Darren agreed. We are. The line went dead. Nova lowered the phone, hands shaking. He's bluffing, Riot said immediately. Trying to rattle you after the leak. What did he mean about recordings? About Aria? Riot's expression closed. Manipulation. Distraction. Don't fall for it. But Nova heard the evasion in his voice. Riot. We need to focus on the song, on the public response, he insisted, already typing on his phone. This leak could actually work in our favor if we… What aren't you telling me? Nova cut him off. After everything, after what happened between us, you're still keeping secrets? Riot stopped, conflict plain on his face. Some secrets aren't mine to tell. But they affect me, Nova pressed. They affect us. The word hung between them, us, with all its complicated implications. Riot ran a hand through his hair, a rare gesture of uncertainty. Darren had recordings of Aria too. Private moments. Things that could have hurt her if released. His voice dropped lower. He threatened to expose them if she didn't drop her case. Nova felt sick. And she did. She disappeared instead. Riot corrected. Changed her name, her appearance, left the country. And you think Darren has something similar on me? The possibility made Nova's skin crawl. There are no secret recordings from our marriage. I'd know. Are you sure? Riot asked quietly. Private conversations? Intimate moments. Nova thought of the 5 years she'd spent with Darren. The mansions with state-of-the-art security systems. The phones he'd insisted on providing. The computers, the cars, even the jewelry that sometimes felt strangely heavy. I need to sweep my house, she realized. My car. Everything. Already done, Riot assured her. Standard procedure in cases like this. We found nothing. Then what could he have? Maybe nothing, Riot suggested. Maybe he's bluffing, hoping you'll cave out of fear. But the certainty in Darren's voice didn't sound like a bluff. Nova wrapped her arms around herself, suddenly cold despite the warm kitchen. And what about you? She asked. He said he had something on you too. Riot's expression hardened. Let him try. The confidence in his voice should have been reassuring. Instead, it niggled at something in Nova's memory. Darren's words. Ask him about the recordings. Is there something I should know? She asked carefully. Something that could affect the case? No, Riot said firmly. Too firmly. Nova studied his face, seeing the lie there. I don't believe you. Nova. After everything we've been through, she cut him off. All your talk about trust and honesty, you're still lying to me. Riot closed the distance between them, his hands gripping her shoulders gently but firmly. Listen to me, he said, voice low and urgent. Right now, the less you know about certain things, the safer you are. I promise you, nothing in my past will harm our case. But it might harm you, Nova realized, reading between the lines. Riot didn't answer, which was answer enough. I won't let him hurt you, she said fiercely. Whatever it is, we face it together. Something like pain crossed Riot's features. This isn't your fight. It became my fight the moment he threatened you to get to me, Nova insisted. I won't let anyone else be destroyed because of my battle with Darren. The determination in her voice seemed to touch something in Riot. His hands softened on her shoulders, one moving to cup her cheek. You're the most extraordinary woman I've ever met, he said quietly. And the most stubborn. Despite everything, Nova smiled. You have no idea. The moment stretched between them, charged with possibilities. Riot's thumb traced her cheekbone, a touch so gentle it made her heart ache. "Nova," he began, his voice rough with emotion. Before he could continue, the door burst open. Theo rushed in, face flushed with excitement. "You're not going to believe this," he exclaimed, oblivious to the moment he'd interrupted. "The song is already #1 on iTunes. Every major outlet wants an interview. This leak is the best thing that could have happened." Riot dropped his hand from Nova's face, stepping back. The mask of the professional lawyer slid back into place so quickly it was as if the vulnerable moment had never existed. "Set up the interviews," he instructed Theo. "But I approve them first. Nothing that could compromise the case." As they discussed logistics, Nova moved to the window, watching rain streak the glass like tears. She'd leaked the song hoping to reclaim her voice, her power, her story. Instead, she'd set something darker in motion, drawing Darren's threats into the open, exposing Riot to unknown dangers, accelerating a confrontation that suddenly felt more dangerous than she'd anticipated. Her phone pinged with another notification. A message from an unknown number. "You were always playing with fire, Nova. Now watch it all burn." She deleted it without showing Riot, refusing to give Darren the fear he wanted. Let him threaten. Let him scheme. Let him think he still had power over her. Nova touched her lips, remembering Riot's declaration, "I think you just changed the game." He was right. But what he didn't know, what Nova herself was only beginning to understand, was that the game had changed long before the song leaked. It had changed the moment she looked at Riot Vale and saw not just a lawyer, not just an ally, but a man who made her want to risk everything, even her carefully guarded heart. The question now was whether either of them would survive the flames. Chapter 11. It exists. Riot's voice was flat, devoid of emotion. "The tape. It's real." Nova stared at him across her living room, the morning sun casting long shadows through the blinds. 2 days had passed since the song leak, since Darren's threatening call. 2 days of interviews, of skyrocketing streams, of public support flowing in from fans and fellow artists alike. 2 days of Riot avoiding her questions about Darren's cryptic warnings.
Until now.
"What tape?" Nova asked, though dread curled in her stomach. She already knew. From that night, Riot clarified. "At my apartment. After the gala." The room seemed to tilt slightly. Nova gripped the back of her sofa for support. "That's impossible. You said you deleted it." "I did." Riot's eyes were haunted. "But there was another recording device. Not mine." "Darren," Nova whispered, the pieces falling into place. "He was watching us." Riot nodded grimly. "My investigator confirmed it yesterday. A bug in my apartment. Professionally installed, nearly undetectable." Nova sank onto the couch, mind racing. How long had it been there?
Weeks.
Maybe months. Riot remained standing, his posture rigid with tension. "Ever since I took your case." The implications hit Nova like physical blows. Every private conversation, every case strategy, every confession, all in Darren's hands. He knew everything, she realized. "Our plans are evidence." "Our vulnerabilities," Riot finished. "Yes." Nova looked up sharply. "The USB drive. Aria's recording."
Does he know we have it?
"Probably." Riot's jaw tightened. "Which is why we haven't been able to find Aria. He got to her first." Nausea rolled through Nova's stomach. "Because of me. Because I came to you for help." "This isn't your fault," Riot said firmly. "It's mine. I should have been more careful." "How did you find out about the bug?" Riot hesitated, clearly weighing how much to share. "Tell me everything," Nova insisted. "No more secrets, remember?" After a moment, he nodded. "Darren sent me a clip," he admitted. "Just enough to prove he had it. A clip of US." Nova couldn't finish the sentence. "Yes." The single word fell like a stone between them. Nova closed her eyes, humiliation burning through her. "When?" "Yesterday morning." "And you're only telling me now?" Anger flared, cutting through the shame. "I needed time to verify it was real," Riot explained. "To have my team sweep for more devices, to secure our communications." What does he want? What he always wants. Riot's voice hardened.
Control.
Leverage. Your surrender. Nova stood, needing to move, to do something with the adrenaline surging through her veins. Where's the recording now? Who has access to it? Unknown, Riot admitted. My team is trying to trace it. And in the meantime, what's stopping him from releasing it? Self-interest, Riot said. The moment he releases that tape, he loses his leverage. Nova laughed bitterly.
You don't know Darren.
He doesn't think like that. If he feels backed into a corner, he'll burn everything down, including himself. Something shifted in Riot's expression, a dawning realization, perhaps, of just how dangerous their opponent truly was. We need to get ahead of this, he said, switching to strategy mode. If he threatens to release it, we counter with Aria's recording. Mutually assured destruction. Except we haven't authenticated Aria's recording, Nova reminded him. And we can't find her to verify it. Details we can work around. Can we? Nova challenged. Because right now it sounds like Darren has us cornered. Riot crossed the room, stopping just in front of her. Do you trust me? He asked, his voice low and intense. The question caught her off guard. What? After everything, the recorder at my apartment, the secrets I've kept, do you still trust me? Nova studied his face, the determination in his eyes, the tension in his jaw, the vulnerability he tried so hard to hide. I want to, she said honestly. But you don't, Riot concluded. I don't know what to believe anymore, Nova admitted. You say you deleted your recording, but Darren somehow has one anyway. You say you're not keeping secrets, but I find out about the tape from him, not you. I was trying to protect you. By keeping me in the dark? Nova shook her head. That's not protection, Riot. That's control. The accusation hit him visibly. Riot stepped back, running a hand through his hair. You're right, he said finally. I've been handling this wrong. All of it. The admission surprised her. What do you mean? I've been so focused on winning the case that I forgot what we're fighting for. Riot met her eyes directly. Your agency. Your right to make your own choices, even the risky ones. Nova felt something shift between them, an honesty that had been missing before. So tell me everything, she said. No more filtered truth. Riot nodded slowly. Darren contacted me directly. The recording was attached to an email with one line. Withdraw from the case, or this goes public. Blackmail, Nova said flatly. Standard operating procedure for him. Riot's expression darkened. He used similar tactics with Aria. Private recordings, intimate moments, all leveraged to control her. And it worked, Nova realized. She ran rather than fight. She had no support system, Riot countered. You do. The simple declaration warmed something in Nova's chest, despite everything. What else did the email say? She asked. Nothing. Just the threat and the clip. Did you respond? No, Riot said. Engaging would validate his leverage. Nova paced the room, mind working. So, what's our next move? That depends on you, Riot said, surprising her again. This is your life, your reputation. I can advise, but the decision needs to be yours. The shift in his approach, from protector to partner, didn't go unnoticed. What are my options? Nova asked. Option 1. We ignore the threat. Continue with our case. Prepare for the possibility the recording goes public. Riot laid out the scenarios with professional detachment. Option 2. We file additional charges. Blackmail, invasion of privacy, electronic surveillance. Risky, potentially embarrassing, but proactive. Option 3. Nova prompted. Riot hesitated. We negotiate. Offer Darren something he wants more than revenge. Like what? I have nothing left to give him. Your silence, Riot suggested. A non-disclosure agreement. No more songs about the marriage, no more interviews detailing his behavior. Nova's jaw clenched. Never. I didn't think so, Riot said, the ghost of a smile touching his lips. Which leaves us with option 4. Which is, we take control of the narrative, he said simply. Before Darren can weaponize the recording, we acknowledge it exists. On our terms. Nova stared at him. You want to admit we slept together? In the middle of a case? Not the details, Riot clarified. Just the fact that our professional relationship has evolved. That we've developed feelings for each other, complicated as that may be. The suggestion hung in the air between them, loaded with implications. Would that hurt the case? Nova asked. It might raise questions about my objectivity, Riot admitted. But it's better than letting Darren blindside us. Nova studied him, seeing beyond the lawyer to the man, a man who was willing to risk his professional reputation to protect her. And is it true? She asked softly. Have we developed feelings for each other? The question stripped away pretense. Riot's professional mask cracked, revealing something raw beneath. You know the answer to that, he said, voice rough. I want to hear you say it. Riot moved closer, close enough that Nova could see the flecks of gold in his dark eyes. Yes, he said simply. Against every professional instinct, against every rule I set for myself, yes. The admission, stark, unadorned, stole Nova's breath. Why didn't you send it? She asked suddenly. Riot frowned. Send what? The recording. Darren said you made a copy that night. Why didn't you use it against me when I walked out? Understanding dawned in his expression. Because it was never about leverage, Nova. It was about. He struggled for words. Insurance, yes, but not against you. Against my own weakness. I don't understand. I've spent years building walls, Riot explained. Keeping people at a distance. Clients, colleagues, women, everyone. Then you came along, and from that first meeting, those walls started cracking. Nova remembered the moment, standing in his conference room, challenging his authority, refusing to be another victim. The recorder was my last defense, Riot continued. My way of pretending I was still in control, still the detached professional who wouldn't get emotionally involved. But you did, Nova said softly. Get involved. Completely. His voice dropped lower. And now we're both paying the price. The raw honesty between them felt more intimate than any physical touch. Nova took a step closer, closing the distance. I still don't trust you completely, she admitted. But I want to. That's a start, Riot said, the barest smile touching his lips. Nova's phone rang, shattering the moment. Theo's name flashed on the screen. It's my agent, she said, answering. Theo? What's wrong? His voice came through, agitated and rushed. Turn on entertainment news. Now. Nova moved to the television, Riot following. She switched to a celebrity news channel where a solemn-faced anchor was mid-sentence. Exclusive recording obtained by TMZ appears to feature Grammy winner Nova and her attorney, Riot Vale, in an intimate encounter. While we cannot verify the authenticity of the recording, sources close to Nova's estranged husband, Darren Reeves, claim. Nova muted the sound, horror washing over her. He released it. Not the video, Riot said, studying the screen where text messages between sources were being displayed. Just audio clips, mixed with out-of-context quotes from our case preparation. It doesn't matter, Nova said, voice hollow. The damage is done. Her phone buzzed with incoming messages. Social media notifications. News alerts. The world reacting in real time to her humiliation. We need to respond, Riot said, already dialing his office. Get ahead of this. But Nova barely heard him. On screen, Darren's face appeared, somber, concerned, the perfect picture of a wronged husband. I'm deeply disturbed by these revelations, he told a reporter, voice carefully modulated. If true, they raise serious questions about Nova's emotional stability and the motivations behind her legal claims. The calculated attack, the wounded innocence in his expression, it triggered something primal in Nova. Rage unlike anything she'd felt before roared through her blood, burning away shock and shame. Nova. Riot's voice seemed to come from far away. We need to strategize. She turned to face him, decision crystallizing with absolute clarity. No more strategy, she said, her voice calm despite the fury inside. No more careful responses. No more playing by rules that Darren keeps changing. Concern flickered across Riot's face. What are you thinking? I'm thinking it's time to fight fire with fire, Nova said. She picked up her phone, scrolling through contacts. Get me Desi Torres. The one who gave us Aria's recording. Why? Because we're going to authenticate that USB drive, Nova said, determination hardening her voice. If Darren wants to play dirty, I'm done staying clean. Understanding dawned in Riot's eyes, followed quickly by alarm. That's dangerous, he warned. If we release Aria's recording without her permission, without proper verification, then what? Nova challenged. I lose my reputation? My privacy? My dignity? She gestured to the television, where commentators were already dissecting her personal life. Those are already gone. Nova.
No.
She cut him off. I'm done letting Darren control the narrative. Done playing the victim. Done waiting for the system to protect me when it never has. The ferocity in her voice seemed to stun Riot into silence. You asked if I trust you, Nova continued. Now I'm asking, do you trust me? My judgment? My right to fight back. It was the ultimate test, not just of his feelings for her, but of his respect for her autonomy. Riot studied her for a long moment, conflict plain on his face. What do you need from me? He asked finally. The simple question, offering support without conditions, cemented something between them. Your expertise, Nova said. Your connections. Your willingness to play as dirty as Darren, if that's what it takes to win. Riot nodded slowly. You understand this could get ugly. Uglier than it already is. I'm counting on it, Nova said, a cold smile curving her lips. Because Darren thinks he knows what I'm capable of. He has no idea. As if sensing the shift in power, Nova's phone buzzed with an incoming call. Darren's number. Answer it, Riot advised. On speaker. Nova accepted the call, holding the phone between them. Enjoying the spotlight? Darren's voice oozed satisfaction. I warned you what would happen if you continued this ridiculous lawsuit. I always said you had good timing, Nova replied, her voice steady. Releasing the tape the same day my song hits #1 worldwide. Thanks for the publicity boost. Her calm response clearly wasn't what Darren expected. A pause, then. This is just the beginning, Nova. I have more. Conversations, plans, strategy sessions. By the time I'm done, no one will believe a word you say. Nova's eyes met Riot's, silent communication passing between them. Funny, she said. I was about to say the same thing to you. What's that supposed to mean? The first note of uncertainty crept into Darren's voice. It means I'm not the same woman who was afraid to leave you, Nova said. Not the same woman who believed your lies. And definitely not the same woman who'll run and hide when you threaten her. Big talk from someone whose sex tape is about to break the internet, Darren sneered. You're right about one thing, Nova agreed, steel in her voice. This is just the beginning. The difference is, I'm the one who's going to finish it. She ended the call before he could respond, satisfaction coursing through her at the small victory. He'll retaliate, Riot warned. I'm counting on it, Nova replied. Because this time, we'll be ready. She picked up the USB drive containing Aria's recording, the evidence they'd been too cautious to use until now. Are you sure about this? Riot asked, watching her carefully. Nova thought of all the times she'd stayed silent. All the compromises, the accommodations, the fear that had governed her choices. No more. Absolutely, she said, determination hardening into resolve. Darren wants a war. Let's give him one he won't survive. Chapter 12. 2 weeks of silence stretched between them like a fortress wall. Nova scrolled through her phone, ignoring the sea of reporters outside her new apartment building. The headlines grew more sensational by the day. Nova's revenge romance. Pop star spotted with chart topper Rex Luna. Darren Reeves files new motion, claims ex-wife emotionally unstable. Attorney Riot Vale declines comment on client relationship. The last one stung most. Since the tape leaked, Riot had withdrawn completely, handling legal matters through associates, communicating via formal emails, avoiding any situation where they might be alone together. Nova's phone buzzed. Rex, outside your building. Security, let me through the back. She sighed, checking her reflection in the mirror. The dress was too tight, the makeup too heavy. Exactly the image she wanted to project. A soft knock at the door. Nova opened it to find Rex Luna, tattooed arms, carefully tousled hair, boyish smile that had launched 1,000 teenage fantasies. 10 years her junior, and writing the success of his debut album. Perfect tabloid fodder. "You look hot," he said, kissing her cheek. "That's the point," Nova replied, grabbing her purse. "The restaurant has a patio. Photographers will have clear shots." Rex grinned. "So, we make it count, right? Hand-holding, lingering looks, the works." "Exactly." Nova checked her phone one last time. No messages from Riot. "Let's go." This arrangement with Rex had been Theo's idea. Fight scandal with scandal, he'd argued. Replace the narrative of desperate woman sleeping with her lawyer with empowered artist moving on with hot young star. Nova had agreed, not because she believed it would work, but because she needed something, anything, to fill the hollow space Riot's absence had carved inside her. Downstairs, they slipped into Rex's sports car, his hand deliberately resting on her thigh as cameras flashed through the tinted windows. "You okay?" he asked as they pulled away. "You seem tense." "I'm fine," Nova lied. "Just tired of being a headline." Rex nodded sympathetically. At 24, he was surprisingly perceptive. "For what it's worth, I think what your ex did was garbage. Leaking that tape, trying to humiliate you." "Thanks." Nova stared out the window. "Let's not talk about it, okay?" "Sure," Rex agreed easily. "Let's talk about your new album instead. When do I get to hear the rest of it?" Despite herself, Nova smiled. This was why she'd agreed to Rex's involvement in their charade. His genuine enthusiasm for her music provided a welcome distraction. "Soon," she promised. The label finally backed off after the success of Broken Chains. "I have creative control over the final mix." "That's huge." Rex squeezed her hand. "We should celebrate for real, not just for the cameras." His flirtation was harmless, comforting even. But it couldn't touch the frozen place inside her, the part that replayed her last real conversation with Riot on endless loop. At the restaurant, they were seated at the most visible table on the patio. Rex's hand found hers across the table, his thumb tracing circles on her palm as photographers captured every moment from the sidewalk. "Your lawyer's here," Rex said suddenly, eyes focused over her shoulder. Nova's heart stopped.
What?
3 tables back, with some blonde. Rex's expression was apologetic. Runway model type. Super tall. Fighting every instinct, Nova kept her eyes forward. "Is he looking at us?" "Not obviously," Rex reported. "But yeah, he's clocked us." The knowledge that Riot was so close, watching her pretend romance with someone else, sent heat flooding through Nova's body. Anger, hurt, and something else she refused to name. "Kiss me," she said suddenly. Rex raised an eyebrow. "What happened to light touching only?" "Changed my mind." Nova leaned forward. "Make it look real." Rex obliged, his lips finding hers across the table. The kiss was pleasant practice, the performance of intimacy rather than the real thing. Nothing like the consuming fire of Riot's touch. When they broke apart, Nova risked a glance toward Riot's table. He was standing, the leggy blonde gathering her purse beside him. His eyes met Nova's for a split second, dark, unreadable, before he turned away, guiding his date toward the exit. "Wow," Rex murmured. "If looks could kill." Nova took a long sip of wine, willing her hand not to shake. "Let's order." The rest of dinner passed in a blur. Rex kept the conversation light, his charm working overtime to pull her from the dark spiral of her thoughts. "Restroom," Nova said eventually, needing a moment alone. "I'll be right back." Inside, she splashed cold water on her wrists, avoiding her reflection in the mirror. What was she doing? Playing jealousy games like a teenager, while Darren's legal team dismantled her case piece by piece. The door swung open. Nova looked up, expecting another diner. Instead, Riot stood in the doorway, expression thunderous. "This is the women's restroom," she said stupidly. "I know." He stepped inside, letting the door fall shut behind him. "What the hell are you doing, Nova?" "Having dinner," she replied, anger rising to match his. What are you doing with Runway Barbie? Her name is Claire. She's opposing counsel on the Martinez case. Riot moved closer, radiating tension. And don't change the subject. You're plastering yourself across tabloids with a kid 10 years younger than you. 5 years, Nova corrected. And why do you care? You've been avoiding me for weeks. I've been protecting the case, Riot countered. While you've been busy creating new scandal to distract from the old one. At least I'm doing something. Nova's control snapped. While you hide behind your associates, sending formal emails like we never, she cut herself off. Like we never what? Riot stepped closer, voice dropping dangerously. Fucked on my desk? Is that what you were going to say? The crude language from his usually controlled mouth shocked her into silence. Or maybe, he continued, closing the distance between them, like I never told you that you'd become precious to me. Like we never crossed every professional line I ever drew. Nova backed up until she hit the wall, heart hammering against her ribs. You abandoned me when the tape leaked. I gave you space, Riot corrected, his body now inches from hers. Because every time I'm near you, I make decisions that put us both at risk. Like now. Nova challenged, raising her chin. Exactly like now. The air between them crackled with electricity. Nova could smell his cologne, see the pulse beating in his throat, feel the heat radiating from his body. Your date is waiting, she said, voice barely above a whisper. So is yours. Riot's eyes dropped to her mouth. Tell me to leave. She should. They both knew it. Whatever this was between them had already caused enough damage. Instead, Nova grabbed his shirt, pulling him to her with a force that surprised them both. Their mouths crashed together, all pretense of restraint abandoned. Riot pinned her against the wall, one hand tangling in her hair, the other gripping her hip with bruising intensity. There was nothing gentle in their collision. This was frustration, jealousy, and need exploding after weeks of denial. Nova bit his lower lip, drawing a groan from deep in his chest. In response, his hand slid under her dress, fingers digging into her thigh as he lifted her against the wall. A knock at the door froze them both. Miss, a staff voice called. Is everything all right? Nova and Riot stared at each other, chests heaving, reality crashing back. Fine, Nova called back, not taking her eyes from Riot's. Just a minute. Footsteps retreated. Slowly, Riot lowered her back to the floor, stepping away as if it physically pained him. This can't happen, he said, voice rough. Not until the case is over. You keep saying that, Nova replied, smoothing her rumpled dress. Right before you touch me anyway. Guilt flashed across his face. I'm sorry. No, you're not. Nova met his gaze directly. Neither am I. Silence stretched between them, heavy with unspoken words. Rex isn't real, Nova admitted finally. Theo arranged it. For the press. Something like relief flickered in Riot's eyes. Claire asked me to dinner to discuss a plea deal for Martinez. Nothing more. The confessions were small, but meaningful. Olive branches extended across the chasm between them. We're destroying each other, Riot said softly. And the case along with it. So what do we do? He straightened his shirt, composing himself with visible effort. We focus on what matters. Getting your freedom, your music, your future back. And us? Nova asked, the question escaping before she could stop it. Riot's expression softened. There can't be an us until Darren is defeated. You know that. The truth hurt, but Nova nodded. So we go back to our corners. Keep fighting separately. For now, Riot agreed. He reached out, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, the touch so gentle it almost broke her. But know this, what you're doing with Rex, what happened on that tape, none of it changes how he stopped, reconsidered. None of it changes my commitment to your case. The careful correction said everything about the lines they couldn't cross. Nova stepped away from his touch, gathering her dignity around her like armor. Tell your associates I expect a full briefing tomorrow, she said, voice steadier than she felt. If Darren's filing new motions, I want to know our counter-strategy. Riot nodded, professional mask sliding back into place. Of course. He moved to the door, pausing with his hand on the handle. For a moment, Nova thought he might turn back, might say the words hovering unspoken between them. Instead, he straightened his shoulders and walked out, leaving her alone with the ghost of his touch burning on her skin. Nova faced the mirror, taking in her smeared lipstick, the flush on her cheeks, the war in her eyes. The woman staring back wasn't the polished pop star who'd entered with Rex, nor the frightened wife who'd fled Darren. This was someone new, someone dangerous, someone ready to fight for herself, even if it meant fighting alone. Chapter 13. Rain pounded against the windows of Riot's office, turning the city skyline into a blur of smudged lights. Nova stared at the documents spread across the conference table, trying to focus on legal language instead of the man sitting across from her. "So Darren's claiming emotional distress?" she asked, pushing a strand of hair behind her ear. "That's rich." "He's claiming your song constitutes deliberate defamation," Riot corrected, not looking up from his notes. "The emotional distress claim is secondary." 3 days had passed since their encounter in the restaurant bathroom. 3 days of forced professionalism, of careful distance, of pretending that moment of weakness had never happened. Rex had been understanding when she'd returned to their table flustered, making a show of their relationship for the waiting photographers before driving her home in silence. The tabloids had eaten it up. Another day, another Nova headline. Yet here she was, alone with Riot for the first time since, the air between them thick with unspoken words. "His legal team is requesting a gag order," Riot continued, sliding another document toward her. "They want to prevent you from releasing any more songs about the marriage until the case is resolved." "That could take years," Nova protested.
Exactly.
"It's a stalling tactic." Riot looked exhausted, dark circles shadowing his eyes. "Designed to drain your resources, your momentum." "Can they do that? Legally?" "It's a gray area. Creative expression versus defamation." His fingers tapped restlessly against the table. "Much depends on the judge." Nova studied him, noting the tension in his shoulders, the way he avoided meeting her eyes directly. "When was the last time you slept?" she asked. The personal question seemed to surprise him. "What?" "You look like hell," Nova said bluntly. "Are you sleeping at all?" Riot's mouth quirked in what might have been a smile. "Not much," he admitted. "Between your case, my regular clients, and Darren's daily legal maneuvers." "Plus avoiding me," Nova added. His eyes finally met hers. "I'm not avoiding you. I'm here now, aren't I? Physically, maybe." Nova gestured to the careful distance between them. "But the rest of you is locked behind walls higher than before." Riot sighed, setting down his pen. "What do you want from me, Nova?" The question, direct, almost vulnerable, caught her off guard. "Honesty," she said after a moment. "Even when it's uncomfortable. Even when it complicates things." "Honesty complicates everything," Riot replied, a weariness in his voice she hadn't heard before. "Try me." For a long moment, he simply looked at her, really looked at her, as if weighing a decision. Then he stood, moving to a small cabinet in the corner of his office. "If we're doing honesty," he said, removing a bottle of whiskey and 2 glasses, "I'm going to need this." Nova watched as he poured 2 fingers in each glass, sliding one across to her. "Are we celebrating something I don't know about?"
No.
Riot took a long swallow from his glass. "But some truths require liquid courage." Thunder rumbled outside, rattling the windows. The storm was intensifying, matching the tension in the room. "The name on my birth certificate is Ryan Mitchell," Riot said suddenly. "Not Ryan Vale. Certainly not Riot Vale." Nova blinked, processing this unexpected beginning. "You changed your name?" "I had to." He stared into his glass. After what happened with Arya, the confession hung in the air between them. Nova waited, sensing there was more. "I told you Arya was my client," Riot continued. "What I didn't tell you was that she was my first major case after passing the bar. I was working at Belmore and Shaw, prestigious firm, corner offices, the works." "That's a long way from your current setup," Nova observed, glancing around his modest office. "Exactly." Riot's laugh held no humor. Aria came to the firm seeking representation against her husband, a prominent music producer who was controlling her career, her finances, her life. Darren, Nova supplied. Darren, Riot confirmed. Though at the time, I didn't know his reputation. None of us did. He was just another powerful man with powerful connections. Nova took a sip of whiskey, letting the burns steady her. What happened? I built her case, Riot said, voice distant with memory. Gathered evidence of financial misconduct, contractual violations, even physical intimidation. It was solid, ironclad, I thought. But Darren had friends. In the industry, in law enforcement, even in my firm. Bitterness crept into his tone. Senior partners started questioning my judgment, my methods. Cases were reassigned. My access to firm resources was restricted. They sabotaged you, Nova realized. Systematically. Riot drained his glass. Then Aria was attacked, supposedly by a random mugger. Hospitalized for 3 days. Nova's stomach clenched. You think Darren arranged it? I know he did. Riot's jaw tightened. But the police lost the report. Security footage from the street malfunctioned. Witnesses suddenly couldn't remember details. And your firm advised me to drop the case. Riot refilled his glass. When I refused, they gave me a choice. Walk away from Aria or walk away from my career. The implications settled heavily between them. You chose Aria, Nova said softly. I chose justice, Riot corrected. Or tried to. I left the firm, opened my own practice, continued fighting for her. That's when you became Riot, Nova guessed. Changed your name, your identity. He nodded. Ryan Mitchell couldn't get a foothold in the industry after Belmore blacklisted him. But Riot Vale, the aggressive outsider with a reputation for taking on impossible cases, he could. What happened to Aria? Pain flashed across Riot's face. Darren escalated. Threats became more explicit. Her studio was vandalized. Private recordings, intimate moments from their marriage, mysteriously appeared on her manager's desk. Nova thought of her own leaked tape, the violation still raw. So she ran. She disappeared, Riot confirmed. Left me a note with 2 words. I'm sorry. Next day, her accounts were emptied, her apartment cleared out. You blamed yourself, Nova said, not a question. I made her promises I couldn't keep, Riot admitted. Said I'd protect her, that the system would work if we just fought hard enough. His laugh was harsh. I was young, idealistic. Stupid. You were brave, Nova countered. You stood up when everyone else folded. Riot looked at her then, something vulnerable in his eyes. And I lost anyway. Lost the case, lost my career at Belmore, lost. He trailed off. Lost what? Nova pressed. My faith, he said finally. In justice. In the system. In my ability to protect anyone from men like Darren. The raw admission hung between them, heavy with implication. Until me, Nova said softly. Riot's eyes held hers. Until you, he agreed. The simple confirmation shifted something in the air between them, honesty breaking through the careful walls they'd constructed. Is that why you've been so protective? So controlling with my case? Nova asked. Fear of history repeating itself. Partly, Riot admitted. But it's more than that. What do you mean? He stood, moving to the window, watching rain lash against the glass. With Aria, it was professional. I believed in her case, in doing the right thing. He turned back to Nova. With you. The unfinished sentence held volumes. Nova stood, moving to join him by the window, close enough to see the conflict in his eyes. With me, she prompted. With you, it's personal, Riot said finally. And that terrifies me more than anything Darren could do. The confession, so simple, so profound, stole Nova's breath. Before she could respond, a sharp knock at the door broke the moment. Riot's assistant poked her head in. Sorry to interrupt, but you need to see this. She held out a tablet. It just broke online. Riot took the device, Nova moving beside him to see the screen. A gossip site displayed a blaring headline. Exclusive. Riot Vale's criminal past exposed. Beneath it, documents, arrest records, mug shots of a younger Ryan Mitchell. Charges of assault, breaking and entering, destruction of property. What is this? Nova asked, scanning the article. Ancient history, Riot said grimly. From before law school. Charges were dropped. Darren, Nova realized. He's digging into your past. Trying to discredit me, Riot agreed. Make me look untrustworthy, violent. Are these real? Nova asked, studying the mug shot of a younger, angrier Riot. Yes. No hesitation, no excuses. Bar fight, defending a woman being harassed. Property damage was at her ex's apartment after he threatened her. The honesty, immediate, unvarnished, cemented something in Nova's chest. This changes nothing, she said firmly. Riot's eyebrows rose. It changes everything. Darren's undermining my credibility, painting me as someone with a vendetta rather than a legitimate legal position. So we fight back, Nova insisted. Use the truth. Your past makes you more qualified to handle this case, not less. It's not that simple, Riot argued. Public perception is malleable. Nova cut him off. Trust me, I know. We control the narrative. Before Riot could respond, his phone rang, an unknown number. He answered cautiously. Vale. Nova watched as his expression shifted from wariness to shock. Where are you? He asked the caller. Are you safe? A pause. Don't move. I'm coming now. He ended the call, already grabbing his keys. What is it? Nova asked, alarmed by the urgency in his movements. Arya, Riot said, voice tight with disbelief. She's here. In the city. Nova's heart skipped. After all this time? Why now? Darren found her in Europe. Riot explained quickly. She ran again. Came here looking for protection. He grabbed his coat. I need to go. She's scared, alone. I'm coming with you, Nova said, already gathering her purse.
No.
Riot's rejection was immediate. Too dangerous. For both of you. This affects my case too, Nova argued. And if Darren's people found her once, they could be tracking her now, Riot finished, understanding dawning. You're right. We should move quickly, together. He hesitated, then added. But stay close to me. No unnecessary risks. The concern in his voice warmed something in Nova's chest, even as adrenaline coursed through her veins. Outside, the storm had intensified, sheets of rain turning streets into rivers. Riot drove with tense concentration, wipers struggling against the downpour. Where are we going? Nova asked, watching lightning split the sky. Hotel near the airport, Riot replied. She's using a false name, paid cash. Smart, Nova murmured. Riot glanced at her, something soft breaking through his professional mask. Like someone else I know. The simple compliment caught her off guard. Before she could respond, Riot continued. About what I said back there, about this being personal. He kept his eyes on the road, knuckles white on the steering wheel. I need you to know I won't let those feelings compromise your case. I know, Nova said softly. But I also won't pretend they don't exist anymore, he added, voice dropping lower. Not after everything we've been through. The confession hung between them, honest and vulnerable in a way Riot rarely allowed himself to be. The fire I chose, Nova murmured. Riot glanced at her.
What?
It's the title of a song I wrote, she explained. About choosing someone who burns too bright, too dangerous, knowing they might consume you. Understanding dawned in his eyes. Is it about us? Yes, Nova admitted. From that first day in your office, I knew you were a flame I shouldn't touch. And yet here we are, Riot said, voice rough with emotion. Here we are, Nova agreed. They drove in charged silence, the storm raging around them as they headed toward an uncertain reunion, and perhaps a turning point in their fight against Darren. Whatever came next, one thing was clear. The walls between them had finally crumbled. What remained was something raw, honest, and infinitely more dangerous than professional distance had ever been. The fire they'd both chosen to risk. Chapter 14. Cameras flashed like lightning as Nova stepped onto the small stage. The converted warehouse, industrial chic with exposed brick and hanging Edison bulbs, buzzed with industry executives, music journalists, and influencers. Giant banners displayed the logo for Phoenix Rising Records, her new independent label. This moment represented everything she'd fought for: creative control, financial independence, the freedom to sign and nurture artists on her own terms. Yet anxiety gnawed at her stomach. It had been 3 days since their meeting with Aria, 3 days of depositions, evidence gathering, and near-constant legal maneuvering. 3 days without Riot by her side at public events. "Thank you all for coming," Nova began, voice steady despite her nerves. Phoenix Rising represents more than just a new label. It's a promise that artists will own their work, their voice, their future. Applause rippled through the crowd. In the back, Theo gave her an encouraging thumbs up. But it was the empty space beside him that Nova kept glancing at, where Riot should have been. He'd texted an hour ago, still at courthouse. Darren's team filing emergency motions. "Don't worry, handling it.
Be there if I can."
Our first signings include 3 incredible talents, Nova continued, gesturing to the young artists seated near the stage. May Winters, Joaquin Rivera, and Tully James. Voices that deserve to be heard on their own terms. More applause. Nova relaxed slightly, finding her rhythm. "We're also excited to announce Phoenix Rising's first release, my own album, Expensive Divorce, dropping next month." A murmur of excitement spread through the crowd. The album title, provocative, direct, had been Riot's suggestion. "Own the narrative," he'd said. "Before Darren can twist it." "I'm happy to take a few questions," Nova offered, spotting raised hands throughout the room. The first few were softballs, questions about distribution deals, future signings, marketing plans. Nova answered confidently, the business knowledge she'd accumulated during her fight with Darren serving her well. Then a man near the back stood, someone Nova didn't recognize. "Ms. Nova, can you comment on the lawsuit filed against you this morning by Stellar Records for breach of contract?" The room went silent. Nova felt her smile freeze. "I'm sorry, what lawsuit?" The reporter looked surprised by her reaction. "The injunction filed by Stellar Records, Darren Reeves' label, claiming you're in violation of your existing contract by launching a competing business." Shock washed over Nova like ice water. She hadn't been served with any papers, hadn't heard anything from her legal team. "I'm not aware of any such filing," she said carefully. "But my legal team handles those matters." "So you're denying knowledge of the cease and desist, ordering you to halt all operations of Phoenix Rising pending litigation?" the reporter pressed. Before Nova could respond, commotion erupted at the back of the room. The crowd parted like a wave as Riot strode through, looking disheveled but determined, legal briefcase in hand. Relief flooded Nova's system, followed quickly by alarm at his expression, thunderous, barely contained rage beneath a veneer of professional calm. "I'll be taking that question," Riot said, stepping onto the stage beside Nova. His hand brushed hers briefly, a silent message of support. "Stellar Records has indeed filed frivolous legal action designed to disrupt today's launch. We were served less than an hour ago." His steady presence beside her gave Nova strength. She leaned slightly toward the microphone. "To be clear, this is harassment, not legitimate legal action. My contracts with Stellar were terminated months ago." "Ms. Nova is correct," Riot confirmed. "This is a transparent attempt to sabotage an independent artist's efforts to create a more equitable business model in an industry long dominated by predatory practices." Whispers rippled through the crowd. Nova could see journalists typing furiously on their phones, photographers capturing the unexpected drama. "What specifically are they claiming?" called another reporter. "That's confidential legal," Nova began. "They're claiming Ms. Nova used proprietary industry knowledge gained during her time at Stellar to create a competing business." Riot cut in, surprising her with his directness. "It's baseless, retaliatory, and frankly, desperate." His strategy was clear: address the allegations head-on, frame them as persecution rather than legitimate concerns. "What happens to the artists you've signed if the injunction is upheld?" someone else called out. This was the question Nova had been dreading, the real damage Darren's latest attack could inflict. Not just on her, but on the young artists who'd trusted her with their careers. Phoenix Rising will continue operations as planned, she said firmly, refusing to show doubt. Our legal team will handle these nuisance filings while we focus on what matters, the music. And we'll have them dismissed by week's end, Riot added with cool confidence. Stellar Records, and by extension, Darren Reeves, should be more concerned with their own legal exposure at this point. A bold statement, just short of threatening. Nova felt a surge of gratitude for his unwavering support. Does this affect your album release date? Another journalist asked. Not in the slightest, Nova replied, finding her footing again. In fact, given today's developments, we're moving the release date up. Expensive Divorce will drop next week, not next month. The announcement, made on impulse, without consulting anyone, caused another stir. Beside her, Riot's eyebrows rose fractionally, but he didn't contradict her. One last question, Nova said, spotting a familiar face in the crowd. Kelly? The music journalist from Billboard stood. How are you handling the personal toll of all this? Between the legal battles, the leaked recordings, and now this attack on your new venture, it's a lot for anyone to bear. The question, sympathetic rather than sensationalist, caught Nova off guard. For a moment, the careful persona she'd constructed threatened to crack. Some days are harder than others, she admitted, voice softer. But I have incredible support. From my team, my fans. She glanced at Riot. And people who believe in me when I struggle to believe in myself. Something shifted in Riot's expression, a softening, a moment of naked emotion quickly controlled. With that in mind, Nova continued, drawing strength from his presence, I'd like to close by playing a new song from the album. One that speaks to resilience after betrayal. She hadn't planned to perform, but suddenly it felt necessary, a reminder to herself and everyone present of why she was fighting. As assistants rushed to set up a keyboard, Nova caught Riot's eye. Stay, she murmured, too low for the microphones to catch. He nodded once, stepping back, but remaining on stage as she settled at the keyboard. This song is called The Fire I Chose, Nova said into the microphone. It's about the destructive and healing powers of the same flame. The opening notes filled the space, raw, intimate, nothing like the polished pop of her previous work. When she began to sing, her voice carried all the emotion she usually kept carefully contained. Burn me down to nothing, still I rise from these ashes. The fire that destroyed me is the flame that now saves me. She felt rather than saw Riot's reaction, a stillness, an intensity radiating from where he stood. The song was undeniably about him, about them, about the complicated, dangerous connection that had begun as professional and evolved into something neither could name. As the final notes faded, silence held for a breath before applause erupted, genuine, enthusiastic, moved. Nova stood, taking a small bow before thanking the crowd. Phoenix Rising begins now, she concluded. No matter what obstacles we face. The formal portion of the event dissolved into networking and mingling. Nova moved through the crowd, accepting congratulations and fielding questions with practiced ease. But her attention remained fixed on Riot, who had stepped down from the stage to confer urgently with Theo in a corner. When she finally broke free and approached them, their expressions confirmed her fears. How bad is it? She asked without preamble. Bad, Riot admitted, no sugarcoating. The judge granted a temporary restraining order pending a hearing next week. Technically, Phoenix Rising can't sign contracts or release music until then. That's ridiculous, Nova protested. On what grounds? Your original contract with Stellar included a non-compete clause, Theo explained. They're claiming it extends for a year after separation. But my contract was voided when we proved Darren altered the terms. Nova's voice rose slightly, drawing glances from nearby guests. She lowered it again. You said yourself those clauses wouldn't stand up. They won't, ultimately, Riot assured her. But Darren's team found a sympathetic judge for the emergency hearing, Judge Carmichael. Nova recognized the name from previous discussions. The one who plays golf with Stellar CEO. The very same, Riot confirmed grimly. So, what now? We just stop everything. Not exactly. Riot guided her further away from listening ears. Legally, the TRO prevents Phoenix from conducting business. But your personal album release isn't specifically covered. Nova caught his meaning immediately. So I release it under my name alone, not the label. Exactly. Riot's eyes gleamed with the thrill of finding a loophole. Darren wants to hurt the label to get to you. We separate the two, minimize the damage. The artist's eyes signed. We'll take care of them, Theo jumped in. Temporary arrangements until the TRO is lifted. Nova nodded, mind racing. We need to notify distributors, streaming services. Already on it, Theo assured her, stepping away to make calls. Alone with Riot, Nova let her composure slip slightly. He's never going to stop, is he? No, Riot said honestly. Not until he has nothing left to fight with. Or until I have nothing left to lose, Nova added bitterly. Riot's hand found hers, hidden from view between them. You haven't lost yet. Not even close. The simple contact, the warmth of his skin against hers, steadied her. I wouldn't still be standing without you, she admitted quietly. Something flickered in Riot's eyes, an emotion too complex to name. You'd be standing regardless, he corrected. You're stronger than you know. Before Nova could respond, Theo returned, looking even more troubled. We have another problem. Darren's here. What? Nova and Riot spoke in unison, both turning toward the entrance. Sure enough, Darren stood just inside the doorway, immaculate in a designer suit, his trademark camera-ready smile in place. Beside him, a woman Nova recognized as his attorney surveyed the room with cold calculation. What the hell is he doing here? Nova hissed. This is a private event. Making a statement, Riot replied grimly, showing he can get to you anywhere. I want him gone, Nova said, anger replacing shock. Now. Let me handle it, Riot advised, already moving forward. You stay here.
No.
Nova caught his arm. We face him together or not at all. Their eyes locked in silent communication, challenge, concern, and finally, respect. Riot nodded once. Together then. They crossed the room side by side, parting the crowd like a bow wave. Nova felt rather than saw the attention of the room shifting, conversations pausing, cameras turning. Darren watched their approach with the satisfaction of a predator whose trap had been sprung. Nova. He leaned in, as if to kiss her cheek. She stepped back. Beautiful event. Shame about the legal complications. What are you doing here, Darren? She asked, voice steady despite the rage boiling beneath her composure. Supporting the industry, he replied smoothly. After all, any new venture that promotes artist development deserves attention, however short-lived it might be. The threat was thinly veiled. Beside her, Nova felt Riot tense. Mr. Reeves, he said, voice cool but controlled. You're aware that approaching Ms. Nova directly violates the terms of your separation agreement. I'm not approaching her, Darren countered. I'm attending an industry event to which my label received an invitation. An invitation that was never sent, Nova said flatly. Darren's smile didn't falter. An oversight, I'm sure. His gaze shifted between them, calculating. You two make quite the pair. Professional. Personal. Where does one end and the other begin, I wonder? The question, designed to provoke, to remind them of the leaked tape, hit its mark. Nova felt heat rise in her cheeks. If you have legal concerns, Riot interrupted smoothly, direct them to my office. Otherwise, I suggest you leave before security escorts you out. Darren seemed amused rather than intimidated. Always the attack dog. He turned to Nova. Did he tell you what happened after Arya disappeared? How he fell apart? The drinking, the fighting, the self-destruction. Nova kept her expression neutral, refusing to show how the words affected her. Beside her, Riot had gone still, dangerously still. You're embarrassing yourself, Darren, she said calmly, and boring everyone else. Am I? Darren stepped closer, voice dropping so only they could hear. Ask him what happened the night he came to my house, after Arya left. Ask him why he couldn't practice law for 6 months afterward. Before either could respond, Darren's attorney touched his arm, a warning. He stepped back, professional smile returning. Congratulations on your little label, Nova, he said, voice carrying for nearby ears. However brief its existence. With that parting shot, he turned and left, his attorney following in his wake. The room seemed to exhale collectively, conversation resuming in an excited buzz. Nova turned to Riot, alarmed by his expression, closed, distant, a muscle ticking in his jaw. What was he talking about? She asked quietly. What happened after Arya left? Not here, Riot replied, voice tight with restrained emotion. Not now. Riot. I need to make some calls, he cut her off. Damage control for the TRO. He was shutting down, retreating behind professional walls. Nova recognized the pattern, had seen it too many times before. Don't do this, she said, catching his arm as he turned to leave. Don't shut me out again. For a moment, conflict played across his features, vulnerability warring with control. Then his phone rang, breaking the tension. He checked the screen. It's Arya, he said, surprise evident in his voice. I need to take this. Nova nodded, releasing him.
Go.
But this conversation isn't over. Riot held her gaze for a long moment. No, he agreed finally. It isn't. As he stepped away to take the call, Nova turned back to her guests, professional smile firmly in place despite the turmoil inside. She had a label to save, artists depending on her, an album released to salvage. Whatever secrets Riot was keeping would have to wait. Hours later, the event finally wound down. Nova's face ached from smiling, her voice hoarse from reassuring anxious artists and deflecting probing questions from journalists. Through it all, Riot had remained nearby but distant, handling legal inquiries, conferring with Theo about contingency plans, making calls from quiet corners. As the last guests departed, Nova sank into a chair, exhaustion washing over her. The warehouse, so vibrant hours earlier, felt cavernous and empty with just her team remaining. You were amazing, Theo said, dropping into the seat beside her. Despite everything. Thanks. Nova massaged her temples, fighting a headache. Any word on the distribution deals? Working on it. Theo hesitated. Look, about Riot. Where is he? Nova interrupted, suddenly realizing she hadn't seen him for at least 30 minutes. He left, Theo admitted. While you were saying goodbye to the billboard people. Left? Without saying anything? Hurt and confusion pierced through her exhaustion. He looked rough, Theo said carefully. After that call with Arya. Asked me to tell you he'd be in touch tomorrow about the legal strategy. Nova stood, gathering her things with sudden determination. Where does he live now? Nova, I don't think. Where, Theo? Her agent sighed, recognizing the resolve in her voice. Loft in the Old Harbor District. Building called the Montgomery. Thank you. Nova headed for the door, ignoring Theo's protests about security and media. The drive to Riot's building passed in a blur of streetlights and rain-slicked roads. Nova's mind churned with questions, with worry, with the memory of Darren's taunting words and Riot's shuttered expression. What had happened the night Riot went to Darren's house? What had broken in him after Arya disappeared? And why couldn't he trust Nova with the truth? The Montgomery was an old factory converted to luxury apartments, industrial architecture softened by modern amenities. Nova parked across the street, staring up at the rain-streaked windows, wondering which one was his. What was she doing here? Chasing a man who kept running, demanding truths he wasn't ready to give, risking her heart when her career was already in jeopardy. Before she could talk herself into leaving, her phone pinged with a message from Riot. I know you're outside. Top floor. Number 607. Nova stared at the screen, startled. Then she laughed softly to herself. Of course he would know. Riot always knew. The elevator ride to the 6th floor gave her time to question her decision, and to recommit to it. Whatever walls Riot had built, whatever secrets he was keeping, she was done letting them stand between them. His door was slightly ajar when she reached it. Nova pushed it open cautiously. Riot. The loft was spacious, but sparsely furnished, more like a temporary shelter than a home. Floor-to-ceiling windows looked out over the harbor, city lights reflecting off dark water. Riot stood with his back to her, silhouetted against the view. His suit jacket was gone, shirt sleeves rolled up, a glass of what looked like whiskey in his hand. At the sound of her voice, he didn't turn. "How did you know I was outside?" Nova asked, closing the door behind her. "Security called," he replied, voice rough. "I'm on a list of people to watch for. People who might want to hurt you," Nova guessed. "Or who I might hurt." Now he did turn, and the raw pain in his expression stole Nova's breath. "You shouldn't be here, Nova." "And yet I am." She moved further into the room, closing the distance between them. "What happened after that call with Arya?" Riot looked away, taking a long swallow from his glass. "She's gone again. Disappeared." "Because of Darren?" "Because of me," Riot corrected bitterly. "Because I failed to protect her. Again." Nova stepped closer, close enough to see the haunted look in his eyes. "What did Darren mean? About you going to his house after Arya left?" Silence stretched between them, heavy with unspoken truths. Finally, Riot set down his glass, resignation settling over his features. "I went there to kill him," he said simply. The admission hung in the air, stark and shocking. Nova's pulse jumped, but she didn't retreat. "Tell me," she said softly. Riot's laugh was hollow. "What's to tell? I was drunk, furious, destroyed by Arya's disappearance. I blamed myself, blamed the system, but mostly blamed Darren." His voice dropped lower. "I took a gun to his house." Nova's breath caught. "Did you?"
No.
Riot ran a hand through his hair, a gesture of agitation she rarely saw from him. "He wasn't home. Security caught me trying to break in, called the police. I was arrested, disbarred for 6 months pending psychiatric evaluation." That's what was in those records Darren leaked, Nova realized. Not just the bar fight. "That and more," Riot confirmed. "Things that could still destroy my career if they came to light. Things Darren knows and is holding over me." "Why didn't you tell me?" Nova asked, hurt seeping into her voice. "Because I'm ashamed," Riot admitted, the confession clearly costing him. "Because I'm not the hero in the story, Nova. I'm just another man undone by his own anger, his own failure." The vulnerability in his voice, the raw honesty, broke something open inside Nova. She crossed the remaining distance between them, stopping just before him. "You're wrong," she said quietly. "The failure would have been giving up. Instead, you rebuilt yourself. Changed your name, your practice, your entire approach to fighting men like Darren." Riot's eyes met hers, disbelief warring with desperate hope. "You're not disgusted? Afraid? Of what? That you wanted to hurt the man who destroyed someone you were trying to protect?" Nova shook her head. "I've wanted to hurt Darren myself, more times than I can count." "It's not the same," Riot argued. "I lost control. Completely. If he had been home that night." "But he wasn't," Nova said firmly. "And you found another way to fight." "Until now," Riot said bitterly. "When history is repeating itself."
Arya gone.
Darren winning. Me failing to protect someone He stopped abruptly. "Someone you what?" Nova pressed, heart pounding. Riot looked at her then, really looked at her, with all the barriers finally down. "Someone I love," he finished, voice barely above a whisper. The words hung between them, both shocking and inevitable. Nova moved closer, close enough to feel the warmth radiating from his body. "You're not failing," she said softly. "We're still fighting. Still standing." "For how long?" Riot asked, the question weighted with all the losses he'd already suffered. "Darren won't stop until he's taken everything from you. From us." "Then let him try," Nova said fiercely. "Because, unlike Arya, I'm not running. And, unlike before, you're not alone in this fight." Something shifted in Riot's expression, despair giving way to a fragile hope. Slowly, hesitantly, his hand rose to cup her cheek. "I should send you away," he said, thumb tracing her cheekbone. For your own protection. For the case. Try it, Nova challenged, leaning into his touch. A ghost of a smile touched his lips. You never do what's good for you, do you? No, she agreed, moving closer still. I choose the fire. Every time. The last walls between them crumbled. Riot's mouth found hers with desperate need, arms pulling her against him as if she might disappear if he didn't hold tight enough. Nova matched his intensity, fingers tangling in his hair, body arching into his. This was nothing like their previous encounters, the angry passion after the gala, the frustrated collision in the restaurant bathroom. This was surrender. Recognition.
Truth.
They stumbled toward his bedroom, shedding clothes with urgent hands. When they fell onto his bed, skin against skin, it wasn't just bodies connecting but something deeper. Two people who had seen each other's darkest truths and refused to look away. Nova. Riot breathed against her neck, her collarbone lower still. Her name like a prayer, a confession, a surrender. She answered with her hands, her mouth, her body moving with his in perfect rhythm. There was healing in their union, broken pieces finding wholeness in each other's arms. When they finally lay tangled in his sheets, breathless and spent, Nova traced the scar above his eyebrow, a mark from his past that had become part of the man she loved. Stay, Riot whispered into the darkness, vulnerability naked in his voice. Nova curled closer, head resting on his chest where she could hear his heartbeat, strong, steady, alive. I'm not going anywhere, she promised. No matter what comes next. Outside, rain continued to fall, washing the city clean. Inside, two people who had lost everything once before found something neither had expected in their fight against a common enemy. Hope in the midst of war. Love against impossible odds. Strength in shared vulnerability. And the quiet certainty that whatever Darren threw at them next, they would face it together. No more secrets, no more walls, no more fighting separate battles. Just the fire they had both chosen, burning bright enough to light their way forward. Chapter 15. Morning light filtered through Riot's bedroom windows, painting stripes across tangled sheets. Nova opened her eyes slowly, momentarily disoriented by unfamiliar surroundings. Then warmth against her back, an arm draped protectively over her waist, brought the previous night rushing back. Riot's confession. Their surrender. The boundaries finally, completely crossed. She turned carefully in his embrace, studying his sleeping face. Relaxed in slumber, he looked younger, the constant tension erased from his features. Nova's fingers hovered over the scar above his eyebrow, not quite touching, not wanting to wake him. For the first time in months, she felt peaceful. Despite the label crisis, despite Darren's threats, despite all the uncertainty ahead, this moment held a clarity that had been missing since the Grammy night that started everything. Riot's eyes opened, finding hers immediately. No confusion, no regret, just quiet recognition. Morning, he murmured, voice rough with sleep. Morning, Nova replied, suddenly shy despite their intimacy. His hand found hers beneath the sheets, fingers intertwining. You stayed. I said I would. Something vulnerable flickered in Riot's eyes, a lingering disbelief that anyone would keep promises made to him. It made Nova's heart ache. What happens now? She asked softly. Before he could answer, his phone buzzed on the nightstand. Then hers. Then both again in rapid succession. The outside world, intruding on their sanctuary. Riot reached for his device, frowning at the screen. Multiple missed calls from Theo. Nova checked her own phone.
Same.
Plus about 20 text messages. She sat up, alarm prickling her skin as she read the most recent. Where are you? Call immediately. Emergency. They dressed quickly, last night's peaceful intimacy shattered by whatever crisis awaited. Riot put his phone on speaker as he pulled on his shirt. Theo, it's us. What's happening? Thank God. Theo's voice sounded strained, exhausted. Where have you been? I've been calling all night. What's wrong? Nova asked, dread building in her stomach. Everything. Theo exhaled shakily. Phoenix Rising servers were hacked last night. All our files, artist contracts, distribution deals, unreleased music, stolen. Nova froze, one shoe in hand. What? It gets worse, Theo continued grimly. Tech just announced they're acquiring Stellar Records, Darren's label. The press release says he's been appointed chief creative officer with full authority over the combined catalogs of both companies. Riot and Nova exchanged alarmed glances. Tech was one of the largest media conglomerates in the world, a corporation with resources that dwarfed anything they could mobilize. Wait, Nova's mind raced to connect the pieces. Tech owns MusicStream, the biggest streaming platform. Exactly, Theo confirmed, which Darren now effectively controls. The implications hit Nova like a physical blow. MusicStream was where most of her audience consumed her music, the primary platform for her upcoming album release. He can block my music, she realized. Keep it off the platform entirely. Or bury it where no one will find it, Theo agreed. But that's still not the worst part. How could it get worse? Riot demanded, fully dressed now, pacing the bedroom. Someone leaked Nova's personal emails to the press, Theo said, voice dropping. Thousands of them, going back years. Private conversations, arguments with Darren, communications with lawyers before you came on board, Riot. Everything. Nova sank onto the edge of the bed, legs suddenly unable to support her.
How?
Those were on my private server. No one had access except... She stopped abruptly, realization dawning like ice water down her spine. Except who, Nova? Riot asked, watching her face carefully. My agent, she whispered. Theo was the only other person with complete access. Silence stretched across the phone line. Theo. Riot prompted, voice dangerously calm. Care to explain? It wasn't me, Theo insisted, but something in his tone had changed, a defensive note that hadn't been there before. I would never betray Nova like that. Then how did they get access? Nova demanded, anger replacing shock. The security protocols you set up require dual authentication. Your code and mine. More silence. Theo, Riot said, each word precise and deadly. Where are you right now? My office, came the reply too quickly. Damage control. We'll be there in 20 minutes, Riot decided. Don't move. Don't talk to anyone else. He ended the call, turning to Nova. His expression had transformed, the lover replaced by the strategist, the protector. You think he's involved, Nova said. Not a question. I think it's suspicious that he's the only other person with access to those servers, and suddenly everything is compromised. Riot grabbed his keys. I also think it's time we had a very direct conversation with your agent. The drive to Theo's office passed in tense silence. Nova scrolled through news sites on her phone, each headline worse than the last. Nova's private emails revealed troubled marriage long before Grammy incident. Star called husband creative vampire in leaked messages. Nova complained about fans in private emails. Exhausting and entitled. They're cherry-picking, Riot said, glancing at her screen at a stoplight. Taking things out of context to paint you in the worst light. It doesn't matter, Nova replied numbly. The damage is done. It matters, Riot countered, reaching for her hand. Truth always matters in the end. Nova held onto his touch like a lifeline. What if Theo really did betray me? He's been with me since the beginning, longer than Darren even. Which would make him the perfect inside man, Riot pointed out grimly. Theo's office occupied the ground floor of a trendy converted firehouse in the arts district. As they pulled up, Nova noticed something odd. His car isn't here, she said, scanning the small parking lot. And the lights are off inside. Riot's expression hardened. He lied about being at the office. Maybe he stepped out, Nova suggested, but doubt had already taken root. They approached the building, peering through the front windows. The space was dark, deserted. No signs of the damage control Theo had claimed to be handling. His assistant might have a key, Nova remembered, pulling out her phone to call. Ms. Nova? The young woman sounded surprised. I thought you were with Theo. Nova's stomach dropped. What do you mean? He said he was at the office. No, he called me at 6 a.m. to cancel all his meetings, the assistant explained. Said, he was meeting you and Mr. Vale at the courthouse for emergency proceedings. Nova's eyes met Riot's, alarm mirrored in both their faces. When's the last time you actually saw him? Yesterday afternoon, the assistant replied. He left the label launch early, said he had an important meeting he couldn't miss. Did he say with whom? Riot asked, leaning closer to the phone. No, but the assistant hesitated. He's been having a lot of private meetings lately, taking calls in the stairwell, closing his office door when he never used to. Nova thanked her and ended the call, the pieces clicking into place with sickening clarity. He's been working with Darren, she said, the betrayal cutting deeper than she'd thought possible. All this time, my own agent, feeding information to my husband. We need to find him, Riot said, already heading back to the car. Before he disappears completely. Nova followed, a new thought striking her. If Theo had access to my emails, my accounts, he could have been the one who leaked the song, Riot finished, understanding dawning. Not you. And if he was working with Darren from the beginning, he could have planted the recording device in my apartment, Riot concluded grimly. He knew we'd be meeting there regularly. Each revelation felt like another knife twisting in Nova's chest. Theo had been like family, the person who discovered her singing in a coffee shop years ago, who believed in her when no one else did. Or so she'd thought. I trusted him completely, she whispered as they drove, destination still uncertain. With everything. Riot's hand found hers, squeezing gently. This isn't your fault. Isn't it? Nova's laugh held no humor. I surrounded myself with people who betrayed me. First Darren, now Theo. Maybe I'm just a terrible judge of character. Stop. Riot's voice was firm but gentle. Manipulators like Darren target kind people who want to believe the best in others. That's not a weakness, Nova. It's what makes you who you are. Before she could respond, her phone rang. An unknown number. She answered cautiously. Hello. Nova. A woman's voice, vaguely familiar. It's Desi Torres. Aria's friend from the studio. Nova put the call on speaker.
Desi?
How did you get this number? Aria gave it to me, Desi explained quickly, before she disappeared again. Listen, I don't have much time, but there's something you need to know. About your agent, Theo. Nova's breath caught. What about him? I saw him yesterday, Desi said, voice low as if afraid of being overheard. At Le Méridien Hotel downtown. With Darren. You're sure it was Theo? Riot asked. Positive, Desi confirmed. They were arguing in the lobby. I was there for a session with another artist, and recognized them both. When Theo spotted me, he looked panicked. What time was this? Nova asked, mind racing. Around 5, Desi said. Right when that announcement about Aritech acquiring Stellar hit the wires. Darren looked smug. Theo looked sick. The betrayal finally going too far, Riot murmured. There's more, Desi continued. After Theo left, I followed Darren. He went to a conference room where a bunch of Aritech executives were celebrating. Nova, they were laughing about acquiring 2 labels for the price of one, Stellar and Phoenix Rising. Nova felt the blood drain from her face. They're trying to take my label too? That's their plan, Desi confirmed. Use the injunction to freeze operations, then force a fire sale when you can't meet financial obligations. We need to warn the artists, Nova said immediately. Get them to null their contracts before. Already happening, Desi cut in. Aria contacted some of them before she went dark again. The young singer, May Winters, she's been spreading the word among the others. A small relief amid the catastrophe. Nova made a mental note to thank May if, when they got through this. Where would Theo go? Riot asked, turning the car toward downtown. If he's realized Darren's double-crossed him too? Probably the penthouse suite at Le Méridien, Desi suggested. That's where Darren's staying while in town. And that's where I overheard them saying something about finalizing the deals before noon. Nova checked her watch. 10:17 a.m. We don't have much time. Be careful, Desi warned. There's security everywhere. Corporate types, but also some guys who look more like mercenaries than businessmen. Thanks for the warning, Riot said. And Desi, if you hear from Arya again, I'll let you know, she promised.
She still believes in you, Riot.
In both of you. After ending the call, Riot changed direction, heading for the luxury hotel in the financial district. We need a plan, Nova said, mind racing. We can't just walk in there. No, Riot agreed. But I know someone who can. He pulled over, making a quick call. Nova listened as he spoke to someone named Marcus, apparently an investigator he'd worked with before, giving instructions and location details. My team will create a distraction in the main lobby, Riot explained after hanging up. Fire alarm, minor chaos, enough to disperse security temporarily. We'll use the service entrance on the east side. And then what? Nova asked. Confront Theo? Darren? An entire room of RE Tech executives. Get evidence, Riot said simply. Of Theo's betrayal, of Darren's manipulation, of their plan to destroy Phoenix rising through corporate maneuvers rather than legitimate competition. And how do we do that? Riot's smile was cold. By giving Theo a chance to save himself at Darren's expense. 20 minutes later, they were crouched in a service hallway of Le Meridian, having slipped in during the chaos caused by what appeared to be a small electrical fire in the lobby. Marcus's handiwork, no doubt. Penthouse is on 32, Riot whispered, checking the service elevator. Key card access only. Let me, Nova said, approaching a passing housekeeper with a warm smile. Excuse me? I'm so embarrassed, but I locked myself out of my room. My husband has our key, but he's in a meeting and not answering his phone. The story flowed easily, complete with charming self-deprecation and just the right amount of distress. The housekeeper, young, sympathetic, hesitated only briefly before swiping them access. You're good at that, Riot observed as the elevator doors closed. Years of practice, Nova replied grimly. Pretending everything's fine when it isn't. His hand found hers, a silent reassurance that she didn't have to pretend with him. The simple gesture steadied her for what was coming. The service elevator opened directly into a back hallway of the penthouse suite, a massive expanse of luxury with floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the city. Voices drifted from what appeared to be a dining area converted to a conference space. Nova and Riot moved silently toward the sound. Already signed the papers, Darren's voice, smooth and controlled. The transfer is happening as we speak. You promised me creative control of the merged label, Theo's voice now, agitated. Not just a payout. That was our agreement when I started feeding you information about Nova. Nova's hands clenched into fists, the confirmation of betrayal hitting her anew. Riot's arms slipped around her waist, both restraint and comfort. Plans change, Darren replied dismissively. RE Tech wants their own people in creative positions. But you'll be well compensated for your services. Services? Theo sounded incredulous. I destroyed my relationship with an artist I've represented for 7 years. I compromised my professional ethics, my reputation. Spare me the moral crisis, Darren cut in. You saw an opportunity for advancement and took it. Don't pretend this was some great ethical dilemma for you. Nova had heard enough. Before Riot could stop her, she stepped into the doorway of the conference room. He's right, Theo, she said, voice steady despite the storm of emotions inside her. Don't pretend this was difficult for you. The room froze. Darren, standing at the head of a long table covered in legal documents. Theo, half risen from his chair, face draining of color. 3 men in expensive suits, RE Tech executives, presumably, looking startled by the interruption. Nova, Theo breathed, shock and shame washing over his features. How did you find out you've been Darren's spy all along? She finished for him. That you're the one who leaked my emails, my music, who helped him plant recording devices to catch private moments. Is that what you're asking? Riot stepped up beside her, his presence solid and reassuring. Mr. Vale. Darren recovered first, professional smile sliding into place. This is a private business meeting. I'm afraid you're trespassing. Interesting choice of words, Riot replied coolly. Since you've been trespassing in my home with your surveillance equipment for months. One of the executives shifted uncomfortably. Mr. Reeves, what is he talking about? Nothing relevant to our deal, Darren assured him smoothly. Just personal grievances from my ex-wife and her attorney. Nothing relevant. Nova laughed, the sound sharp with disbelief. How about corporate espionage? Illegal surveillance? Using stolen information to manipulate stock prices before an acquisition. The executives exchanged uneasy glances. One began gathering his papers. These are serious allegations, he said cautiously. Perhaps we should continue this meeting after legal consultation. You're not going anywhere, Darren snapped, mask slipping. He pointed at Nova. And neither are you until security arrives to remove you. About that, Riot said casually. Your security team seems quite occupied with the electrical fire downstairs. Terrible timing. Darren's jaw clenched visibly. Whatever you think you know. We know everything, Nova interrupted. About your arrangement with Theo, about your plan to destroy Phoenix rising through corporate acquisition, about the stolen emails and music. You can't prove any of it, Darren challenged, confidence returning. It's your word against mine. And right now, public opinion isn't exactly in your favor, is it, Nova? Not with those emails showing what you really think of your precious fans. Actually, Theo spoke up, voice shaking slightly. She can prove it. All eyes turned to him. Nova's breath caught. Was this another betrayal? Another trap? Theo reached into his jacket, removing a small USB drive. It's all here, he said quietly. Every conversation, every payment, every instruction Darren gave me. I recorded everything. Darren's face darkened with fury. You little. Insurance. Theo cut him off, standing straighter now. I learned from the best, didn't I? Never trust anyone, especially someone with a history of discarding people when they're no longer useful. He turned to Nova, eyes filled with a complex mix of shame and defiance. I was wrong. About everything. I convinced myself I was just creating opportunities, making strategic alliances. But the truth is, I sold out someone who trusted me, who believed in me when no one else did. Save the redemption speech, Nova said coldly. It's too late. I know, Theo acknowledged, placing the USB drive on the table. Nothing I can do will fix what I've broken. But this might help you rebuild. Before anyone could move, Darren lunged for the drive. Riot intercepted him, one hand closing around Darren's wrist with bruising force. Don't, he warned, voice deadly quiet. The executives had risen now, clearly wanting distance from the escalating situation. This meeting is over, one announced. And so is Ariteka's interest in this acquisition, pending full investigation of these allegations. You can't walk away, Darren protested, desperation creeping into his voice. The papers are signed. Subject to due diligence and final approval, the executive corrected. Which, given these developments, will not be forthcoming. He nodded stiffly to Nova and Riot. We'll show ourselves out. As they departed, Darren wrenched free from Riot's grip, fury contorting his features into something ugly, revealing the man behind the carefully constructed facade. You think this changes anything? He snarled at Nova. One setback? I'll find another company, another way to bury you and that pathetic excuse for a label. No, Nova said calmly. You won't. She picked up the USB drive, turning it over in her hands. This is evidence of criminal behavior, Darren. Not just civil violations. The kind that carries prison sentences. Fear flashed across his face, quickly masked. You're bluffing. You'd never go public with that. The scandal would hurt you as much as me. Maybe once, Nova conceded. When I still cared what the industry thought of me. When I was still afraid of losing everything. She stepped closer, voice dropping. But you already took everything I thought mattered. And in doing so, you showed me what actually does. Darren's eyes flicked between her and Riot, calculation replacing anger. What do you want? Money? The masters to your old albums? Name your price. I want you gone, Nova said simply. Out of my life. Out of the industry. Completely. Impossible, Darren scoffed. Music is my life. And you stole mine, Nova countered. Seems fair. Riot moved to stand beside her, their shoulders touching, united, unbreakable. Here's how this works, he explained, voice clinically detached. You resign from Stellar Records, effective immediately. You liquidate your ownership stake and donate the proceeds to a foundation supporting artists who've been exploited by the industry. And you sign a legally binding agreement never to work in music production, management, or distribution again. You're insane, Darren laughed, but the sound is hollow. Why would I agree to that? Because the alternative is worse, Riot said simply. We take this evidence to the district attorney, to the press, to the industry boards. You face criminal charges, civil suits from every artist you've ever controlled, and public disgrace more complete than you can imagine. It would take years, Darren countered. I have resources, lawyers. And we have this. Nova held up the USB drive. Plus Aria's recording. Plus testimonies from other artists you've abused. How many, Darren? 3? 5? 10? How many careers have you destroyed? Something shifted in Darren's expression, the first flicker of genuine fear. You're asking me to erase myself, he said, voice smaller now. To give up everything. Like you tried to do to me, Nova replied, no sympathy in her tone. The difference is, I'm giving you a choice. Silence filled the room as Darren weighed his options, the calculation visible in his eyes. And him? He asked finally, nodding toward Theo, who had remained silent throughout the exchange. What happens to your faithful agent? Nova turned to Theo, really looking at him for the first time since entering the room. The man who had discovered her, mentored her, betrayed her, who had recorded his own crimes as insurance against a partner he knew couldn't be trusted. That's not for you to worry about, she said to Darren. Your concern is making the right decision.
Now.
Darren's shoulders slumped slightly. Not surrender, not quite, but recognition of a battle lost. I want immunity, he said. Written guarantees that this evidence never becomes public if I comply with your terms. You'll get your agreement, Riot confirmed. Legally binding on all parties. Our silence for your complete withdrawal. As the details were negotiated, Riot slipping seamlessly into lawyer mode, outlining terms, boundaries, consequences. Nova stepped away, moving to where Theo stood by the windows. Why? She asked simply. Theo met her gaze. No excuses in his expression. It started small, he admitted. Information about your recording schedule, your contract frustrations. Darren offered connections, opportunities one couldn't access on my own. And it grew from there, Nova guessed. Like quicksand, Theo nodded. Each betrayal making the next one easier. Each payment larger. By the time I realized how deep I was. You could have told me, Nova said, anger resurfacing. At any point, you could have confessed. I was a coward, Theo acknowledged simply. Afraid of losing you as a client. Afraid of the legal consequences. Afraid of Darren. And now, Nova gestured to the USB drive. Why turn on him? Because he crossed the line, Theo said. The label was yours. Your dream, your vision. When I realized he planned to destroy it completely, not just control it. He shook his head. I finally found my limit. Too late, Nova observed, no forgiveness in her voice. Far too late, Theo agreed. I don't expect forgiveness, Nova. Or another chance. I just want to help undo some of the damage I've caused. Nova studied him, the man who had believed in her talent from the beginning, who had also sold her trust for profit and advancement. Complex emotions swirled inside her. Betrayal, disappointment, grief for a relationship that could never be repaired. What will you do now? She asked. Leave the industry, Theo replied without hesitation. I've poisoned everything I touched here. Time to start over somewhere else. Nova nodded, neither condemning nor absolving him. Some betrayals cut too deep for simple forgiveness, but understanding the why of it helped dull the sharpest edges of the pain. Nova. Riot's voice drew her attention back to the table, where Darren sat, pen hovering over a document hastily drafted on hotel stationery. We need your signature too. As she moved to join them, Theo spoke once more. For what it's worth, I never stopped believing in your talent. Even when I betrayed everything else, that was always real. Nova paused, not turning back. Goodbye, Theo. The 3 signatures on the makeshift agreement represented a seismic shift in power, from Darren, who had controlled her life and career for so long, back to Nova. Not a complete victory. Not yet, but the beginning of one. As they left the penthouse suite, evidence secured and Darren effectively neutered, Riot took Nova's hand. You were magnificent, he said quietly. We both were, she corrected, squeezing his fingers. Partners, remember? Outside, the city continued its normal rhythm, oblivious to the battle that had just shifted the ground beneath the music industry. Nova looked up at the sky, clear blue, no hint of the storms they'd weathered. What now? She asked. Riot's smile held a promise of futures not yet written. Now we rebuild. Your label. Your career. Your life. He paused, a vulnerability briefly visible in his eyes. Our life, if you want. Nova leaned into him, drawing strength from his solid presence. I do want, she said simply. Everything we've fought for. Everything we've earned. Together, they walked away from the hotel, from Darren, from Theo, from all the betrayals that had nearly broken them. Ahead lay uncertainty, challenges, the hard work of reconstruction, but also possibility, freedom, and the fire they had chosen, not to destroy, but to forge something new from the ashes of what came before. Chapter 16. Sign here, initial here, and date on the last page. Nova's pen hovered over the stack of documents, legal language that would finally, completely sever her ties to Stellar Records. 3 months had passed since the confrontation in the hotel penthouse. 3 months of negotiation, rebuilding, and reimagining what her career could be. Once you sign, the label's attorney explained, all master recordings from your previous 5 albums revert to your ownership. Distribution rights remain with Stellar for 18 months, after which they transfer to you as well. Nova looked across the conference table at Riot, who nodded slightly. The terms are fair, he confirmed. Better than fair, actually. Amazing what leverage a USB drive full of incriminating evidence could accomplish. With Darren gone, resigned from the label and the industry entirely, Stellar's new management had been eager to settle. Nova signed her name with a flourish, a weight lifting from her shoulders with each stroke of the pen. Congratulations, Ms. Nova, the attorney said, gathering the documents. You now own your complete catalog. After the Stellar representatives left, Nova remained seated, staring at the copy of the agreement in front of her, physical proof of her freedom. How does it feel? Riot asked, moving to stand behind her chair. Surreal, she admitted. 5 years of marriage, 7 years with the label, all ended with a signature. Riot's hands settled on her shoulders, a gentle pressure that grounded her. Not ended, he corrected. Transformed. Nova leaned back, looking up at him. In the months since Darren's removal from the industry, Riot had softened, the sharp edges of perpetual defense beginning to smooth. He smiled more easily now, laughed more freely. The haunted look that had shadowed his eyes for so long was fading. We should celebrate, she suggested. Dinner? Champagne? Dancing on Darren's metaphorical grave. Riot laughed. All of the above. But first he checked his watch. You have that meeting with May and the others. Nova nodded, gathering her things. With Phoenix rising back on solid ground, her young artists were returning, those who had temporarily scattered during the crisis, seeking shelter from the storm. May Winters had proven particularly loyal, using her growing social media platform to defend Nova throughout the public relations nightmare that followed the email leaks. Will you come with me? Nova asked, suddenly not wanting to be apart from him, even for a few hours. Something warm flickered in Riot's eyes. Always. The simple word contained multitudes, a promise that extended beyond meetings, beyond business, into whatever future they were building together. Phoenix Rising's new headquarters occupied a renovated church in the Arts District, soaring ceilings, stained glass windows casting colorful patterns across wooden floors. Nova had chosen it deliberately, wanting a space that felt nothing like the sterile corporate offices of Stellar. May was already waiting in the main recording area, along with Joaquin and Tully. All three jumped up when Nova entered. "It's done?" May asked eagerly, her pink-streaked hair vibrant against black clothing. Nova held up the contract copy. "Officially completely done. I own everything now." Cheers erupted, genuine enthusiasm that warmed Nova's heart. These young artists had stood by her through the public relations nightmare, the legal battles, the uncertainty of whether Phoenix would survive its turbulent birth. "So, what's next?" Joaquin asked, adjusting his guitar strap nervously. "For all of us, I mean." Nova gestured for them to sit in the circle of comfortable chairs she'd arranged for meetings, egalitarian, no power position at the head of a table. "That's what we're here to discuss," she said, settling into one chair as Riot took another nearby. "Phoenix Rising is stable now. Financially secure, distribution deals in place, legal obstacles cleared. Thanks to Mr. Vale," May noted, smiling at Riot. The young singer had developed a clear case of hero worship for the attorney who had helped save their collective futures. "Riot, please," he corrected gently. "And it was a team effort." Nova continued, "The question now is what kind of label we want to build, what values we want to prioritize, what mistakes from the traditional industry we want to avoid." For the next hour, they brainstormed equal voices, equal input, regardless of experience or status. Nova took notes, adding her own insights, but never dominating the conversation. "Artists should own their masters from the beginning," Tully suggested, adjusting his glasses. "Non-negotiable." "Transparent accounting," Joaquin added. "Monthly statements anyone can understand, not just accountants." "Mental health support," May said quietly. "This industry destroys people from the inside out. We should have resources built into every contract." Nova wrote it all down, pride swelling in her chest at their vision, their clarity, their determination to build something better than what had come before. "What about your album?" Tully asked eventually. "Expensive Divorce has been out for 2 months now. The reviews are incredible. 4 Grammy nominations," May added, grinning. "Not that I'm counting, or anything." Nova laughed. The album, raw, honest, unfiltered by industry expectations, had indeed struck a chord with critics and audiences alike. Songs about betrayal, rebirth, and the complicated path between had resonated in ways her previous, more commercially calculated work never had. "The album is doing fine on its own," she said. "Right now, I'm more focused on your projects." It wasn't false modesty. After years of being the center of attention, both professionally and in her marriage, Nova found genuine joy in stepping back, in nurturing others' talents rather than constantly feeding her own career. "Speaking of which," she continued, "I think it's time we scheduled your debut EP release, May. The tracks we finished last week are ready." The young singer's eyes widened. "Really? You think they're good enough?" "Better than good enough," Nova assured her. "They're authentic, powerful, exactly what the world needs right now." As the meeting continued, Nova felt Riot watching her, that expression he sometimes wore when he thought she wasn't looking. Pride mixed with something deeper, more personal. Later, as the young artists packed up their instruments and notes, he moved to her side. "You've changed," he observed quietly. "For better or worse?" Nova asked, half joking. "Definitely better," Riot said, serious despite her light tone. 6 months ago, you were fighting to reclaim your own voice. Now you're helping others find theirs." The simple observation touched something deep in Nova's chest. "I had a good example," she said, eyes meeting his. "Someone who fought for me when I couldn't fight for myself." Riot's smile, the real one, not the professional mask he showed the world, warmed his entire face. "You never needed me to fight for you," he countered. "Just alongside you." The distinction mattered. Nova leaned into him briefly, drawing strength from his solid presence. "Are we still on for dinner?" she asked as the last of the artists departed, leaving them alone in the church's peaceful acoustics. "About that," Riot said, something shifting in his expression. "I had a different idea. If you're up for it." Intrigued, Nova followed him outside to where his car waited. The summer evening was perfect, warm enough for the sundress she wore, but with a gentle breeze that promised relief from the day's heat. "Where are we going?" she asked as they drove through the city, heading away from their usual haunts. "You'll see," Riot replied, uncharacteristically mysterious. 20 minutes later, they pulled up to a neighborhood Nova didn't recognize. Modest homes with small, neat yards, mature trees lining the street. Riot parked in front of a craftsman-style house with a deep porch and a for-sale sign in the front yard. "What's this?" Nova asked, confused. "A house," Riot said, deadpan. Then, more seriously, "a possibility." He led her up the walkway, retrieving a key from a lockbox beside the door. Inside, the house was empty of furniture, but full of character. Wooden floors, built-in shelves, windows that caught the evening light perfectly. "It has 3 bedrooms," Riot explained as they wandered through. "One could be a home studio. The basement's already soundproofed. Previous owner was a musician too." Nova turned to him, understanding dawning. "Riot, are you house hunting?" "We've been living in my loft for 4 months," he pointed out. "Which was never meant to be permanent. And your apartment lease is up next month." "So this is practical," Nova said, testing the waters. "A real estate decision." Riot moved closer, taking her hands in his. "No," he said simply. "This is me asking if you want to build a home together. Not just share space. Create something that belongs to both of us." The proposal, for that's what it was, even without a ring, stole Nova's breath. After Darren, she'd sworn never to entangle her life with someone else's again. Never to surrender her independence, her autonomy. Yet this felt different. Not surrender, but partnership. Not loss, but expansion. "It's too soon," she said reflexively, old fears surfacing. "We've only been together 6 months officially," Riot finished. "But fighting side by side for much longer." His thumb traced circles on her palm. "I'm not asking for an answer today. Just for you to consider the possibility." Nova looked around the empty house, seeing not what it was, but what it could be. Space filled with music and laughter. Walls that sheltered rather than confined. A foundation built on mutual respect rather than power and control. "Show me the rest," she said softly. Relief and hope flashed across Riot's face. He guided her through each room, pointing out features with uncharacteristic enthusiasm. The kitchen with its island perfect for shared cooking, the back garden where they could plant herbs, the window seat ideal for reading on rainy days. In the largest bedroom, sunlight streamed through west-facing windows, painting the empty space with golden light. Nova stood in the center, turning slowly, imagining possibilities. "We'd need a bigger bed," she mused. "Yours is too small for both of us." "Is that a yes?" Riot asked, voice carefully controlled, but eyes betraying his hope. Nova moved to him, hands finding his face, tracing the lines that stress and struggle had carved there, lines that were softening, day by day, as peace gradually replaced perpetual battle. "I want to build something real with you," she clarified. "Something that's ours, not yours or mine." Riot's smile was slow, radiant. "That's better than a yes," he said, pulling her closer. "That's a future." Their kiss was gentle, unlike the desperate passion that had characterized their early encounters. This was certainty, not urgency. Promise, not escape. When they finally left the house, Riot making arrangements with a realtor to submit an offer, twilight had descended, the neighborhood taking on a quiet, dreamy quality. "There's one more thing," Riot said as they returned to the car. "Something I've been meaning to give you." From the glove compartment, he withdrew a small USB drive, similar to the one that had contained Theo's evidence against Darren. "What's this?" Nova asked, turning it over in her palm. "Arya contacted me last week," Riot explained. "She's settled somewhere safe, building a new life under a new name. But she wanted you to have this." "What is it?" "Music," Riot said simply. "Compositions she wrote after leaving." She said, his voice caught slightly. "She said you inspired her to create again. To reclaim her voice even if she can't reclaim her name." Emotion swelled in Nova's chest, For this woman she'd never met, whose parallel journey had so profoundly shaped both her life and Riot's. "Will we ever meet her?" she asked. "Maybe someday," Riot replied. "When the wounds aren't so fresh. When Darren is further in the past for all of us." Nova nodded, understanding. Some healing needed time, space, distance. Just as her own recovery, from Darren, from betrayal, from the loss of what she'd thought her life would be, continued each day, in small and large ways. Back at Riot's loft, soon to be their former home, Nova connected the USB drive to her laptop. Haunting piano compositions flowed from the speakers, delicate yet resolute, like a spirit finding its way back to expression after long silence. "It's beautiful," she whispered, hearing in the notes everything she and Arya shared: the pain of betrayal, the courage to begin again, the determination to create despite everything that had been taken. Inspiration struck suddenly, powerfully. Nova reached for her notebook, the one she carried everywhere, filled with lyrics and melodies and fragments of emotion translated into art. "What is it?" Riot asked, recognizing the look on her face. "An idea," Nova replied, already scribbling. "A collaboration with Arya. Anonymous on her part, of course, but a way to bring her music to the world without risking her new identity." Riot watched as she worked, ideas flowing faster than she could capture them. This was Nova in her element, not just creating, but connecting, building bridges between artists, between experiences, between wounds and healing. Hours later, as midnight approached, she finally set down her pen, stretching tired muscles. "You should sleep," Riot suggested, having quietly provided food and drinks throughout her creative surge. "Soon," Nova promised. "I just need to get this demo recorded while it's fresh." Instead of arguing, Riot simply nodded. "What can I do to help?" The simple question, offering support without trying to direct or control, exemplified everything that made their relationship work. Nova smiled, reaching for his hand. "Just be here," she said. "That's all I need." As she recorded a rough demo, layering her vocals over Arya's piano compositions, Nova reflected on the journey that had brought her here. From Grammy night slap to freedom. From Darren's control to her own terms. From isolation to partnership. The song taking shape captured it all, not just her story or Arya's, but something universal about breaking free, about refusing to be silenced, about rising from the ashes of what once seemed like destruction. When she finally finished, the first light of dawn was creeping through the windows. Riot had fallen asleep on the couch, his expression peaceful in a way it rarely was when awake. Nova covered him with a blanket, placing a gentle kiss on his forehead. Then she returned to her laptop, making one final adjustment to the song title, Phoenix Rising, Nova's Rules. A manifesto, a declaration, a promise to herself and every artist who would come after her. Freedom wasn't just about escaping control, it was about creating something better in its place. Something built on respect, autonomy, and the courage to keep singing even when the world tried to silence your voice. As the sun rose over the city, Nova sent the demo to May, Joaquin, and Tully with a simple message. "This is what we're building together. This is just the beginning." Then she curled beside Riot on the couch, his arm automatically wrapping around her even in sleep. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new songs, new battles to fight. But today, in this moment, Nova had everything she needed: her voice, her strength, her fire, and the certainty that whatever came next, she would face it on her own terms. Nova's Rules. No exceptions. Chapter 17. Boxes lined the walls of Riot's loft, labeled in Nova's neat handwriting: kitchen, books, studio gear. 2 weeks had passed since they'd signed papers on the Craftsman house, and moving day loomed just 48 hours away. Nova taped another box closed, satisfaction warming her chest as she surveyed their progress. The physical merging of their lives, books intermingling on shelves, clothes sharing closet space, the careful negotiation of which furniture to keep and which to donate, mirrored the emotional integration they'd been building for months. "That's the last of the kitchen stuff," she called to Riot, who was dismantling his desk in the corner that had served as his home office. He glanced up, distracted. Oh, good. Nova frowned, noticing the tension in his shoulders, the distracted furrow between his brows. He'd been quiet all morning, not unusual in itself, but there was a quality to his silence that felt different.
Heavier.
"Everything okay?" she asked, crossing to him. "Fine." The response came too quickly, too smoothly. Lawyer voice, Nova called it, the tone he used when constructing careful barriers. She perched on the edge of the half-disassembled desk. "Try again. With the truth this time." Riot sighed, setting down the screwdriver he'd been using. "It's nothing. Just work stress." But he wouldn't meet her eyes, a tell Nova had learned to recognize over their months together. Riot Vale, master of courtroom confrontation, couldn't look directly at her when hiding something personal. "Riot." She touched his cheek, gently turning his face toward hers. "Talk to me." Something vulnerable flickered in his expression. For a moment, Nova thought he might open up. Instead, his phone rang, the specialized tone he'd set for his assistant. "I need to take this," he said, relief evident in his voice as he stepped away. "Vale." Nova watched him pace as he talked, noting the increasing tension in his posture. Legal terminology flowed easily, but beneath the professional veneer, something was clearly wrong. "File the motion today," he instructed his assistant. "And clear my schedule for the rest of the week." After a pause, he added, "No, not postpone. Cancel. Everything." Nova's concern deepened. In all the time she'd known him, Riot had never simply canceled appointments, rescheduled, reorganized, but never abandoned clients completely. "What's going on?" she asked when he ended the call. Riot stared at his phone for a long moment before answering. "Aria's case has resurfaced." Nova's breath caught. "What do you mean?" "I thought those files were sealed when she disappeared." "They were." Riot ran a hand through his hair, a rare gesture of agitation. "Someone's petitioning to have them reopened, claiming new evidence of fraud." "Darren," Nova guessed, anger flaring. Despite their agreement, despite his official withdrawal from the industry, Darren couldn't resist one final attempt to control, to punish, to destroy. "Indirectly," Riot confirmed. "He's using former business associates as proxies." "Can he do that? After everything? After the evidence we have against him?" "Legally, it's complicated. Ethically, it's despicable." Riot's jaw tightened. "But yes, he can try." Nova studied him carefully, sensing there was more. "What aren't you telling me?" Riot hesitated, conflict evident in his expression. "Finally," he said, "if the case reopens, I could face a bar association review for my handling of it. My license could be at risk." The implications hit Nova like a physical blow. Riot's career, his identity, his redemption from the failures of his past, all potentially undone by Darren's vindictiveness. "We'll fight it," she said immediately. "Together, like always." Something shifted in Riot's expression, a darkening, a withdrawal. "This isn't your battle, Nova." "Everything that matters to you is my battle," she countered. "That's what partnership means." But Riot was already shaking his head, moving away, barriers rising almost visibly. "I need to handle this myself. It's my past, my mistake, my responsibility." "Riot." "I'm going to the office," he cut her off, already gathering his keys, his laptop. "Don't wait up. This could take all night." Before Nova could respond, he was gone, the door closing with a finality that left her standing alone among half-packed boxes, the physical remnants of a future suddenly thrown into uncertainty. For hours, Nova continued packing mechanically, mind churning with worry, with frustration at Riot's retreat behind professional walls just when they should be facing challenges together. They'd come so far, from adversaries to allies to lovers to partners planning a shared life. Why revert to solitary struggle now? What wasn't he telling her? By midnight, with no call, no text, Nova's patience evaporated. She grabbed her keys and drove to his office downtown. The building was mostly dark, but light spilled from Riot's corner window. Security waved her through. She'd become a familiar presence over the months, and Nova took the elevator to his floor. Inside his office, Riot sat surrounded by open files, his laptop screen casting a blue glow across exhausted features. He looked up at her entrance, surprise quickly replaced by resignation. "You should be at home," he said, voice rough from disuse. "So should you," Nova replied, closing the door behind her. "Yet here we are." She crossed to his desk, scanning the scattered papers, legal briefs, court transcripts, police reports, all labeled with Aria Bell's case number. "What's really going on, Riot?" He leaned back in his chair, shadows deepening the lines of his face. "I told you. Aria's case."
No.
Nova cut him off. "The truth. All of it. Why are you shutting me out? Why hide in your office instead of letting me help? Why cancel an entire week of appointments?" For a long moment, Riot simply looked at her, really looked at her, as if memorizing her features. Then, with a deep breath that seemed to deflate him, he opened the bottom drawer of his desk and withdrew a thick manila envelope. "This arrived yesterday," he said, sliding it across to her. "Courier delivery, no return address." Nova opened it cautiously. Inside lay a formal legal document, a motion to reopen Aria Bell versus Darren Reeves, and beneath it, a handwritten note on expensive stationery. "Back off, Vale. Walk away from Nova. End whatever personal entanglement you've started. Or watch your career and reputation burn when the full truth about Aria emerges. You have 1 week to decide."
D.
Ice formed in Nova's stomach as understanding dawned. "He's blackmailing you to leave me. Using the one thing he knows I can't fight," Riot confirmed quietly. "My failure with Aria. But we have evidence against him. The recordings, Theo's USB drive." "Which protects you," Riot pointed out. "Our agreement with Darren covers his actions against you, your music, your career. Not his vendetta against me. So we renegotiate," Nova insisted. "Add protection for you to the terms." Riot's smile held no humor. "Darren's not interested in negotiation anymore. This is pure revenge. For losing you, for losing his position in the industry, for losing control. And your solution is what? To give him what he wants." Anger flared in Nova's voice. "To walk away from everything we've built because Darren can't stand to see us happy? My solution is to protect you from the fallout," Riot countered, rising from his chair. "If this case reopens, if my professional conduct is investigated, the scandal will touch everything connected to me, including Phoenix Rising, including your artists, including the life we're trying to build. So we weather it together," Nova argued. "Like everything else." "This is different," Riot insisted. "My past with Aria, there are things I haven't told you, Nova. Things that would change how you see me." The admission hung between them, heavy with implication. Nova stepped closer, refusing to let him retreat. "Try me," she challenged. "After everything we've been through. Do you really think there's anything that could make me walk away?" Conflict played across Riot's features, the desire to believe her warring with old patterns of self-protection, of shouldering burdens alone. "Aria and I were involved," he said finally. "Romantically. Before she became my client." Nova blinked, processing this unexpected revelation. "You were together before she married Darren?"
No.
Riot's gaze dropped. "During. Near the end, when she was trying to leave him. When I was representing her." Understanding dawned. "You crossed professional lines." "Completely obliterated them," Riot corrected bitterly. "Breaking every ethical code I'd sworn to uphold." She was vulnerable, desperate for connection, for someone who believed her. "I should have maintained boundaries. Instead." "You fell in love with her," Nova finished softly. "I convinced myself it was love," Riot acknowledged. "Maybe it was. Or maybe it was two damaged people clinging to each other in a storm." He ran a hand through his hair, agitation visible in every line of his body. "Whatever it was, it compromised her case. My judgment. Everything." "Is that why she ran?" Nova asked. "Because of your relationship?" Pain flashed across Riot's face. Old wounds still not fully healed. "She left because Darren discovered us. Used it against her in court, threatened to have me disbarred if she continued fighting." His voice dropped lower. I promised I could protect her. I failed. The raw honesty, the vulnerability beneath his confession, touched something deep in Nova's heart. Not judgment, not disgust, but deeper understanding of the man she loved, his fierce protectiveness, his professional discipline, his determination to never repeat past mistakes. "Why didn't you tell me before?" she asked gently. "Because I'm ashamed," Riot admitted. "And because I've been terrified of history repeating itself, of falling for a client, of compromising another case, of failing you the way I failed her." "But you didn't fail me," Nova pointed out. "We won. Together." "Only because you were stronger than Arya," Riot countered. "Only because you refused to run, refused to be silenced, refused to let Darren win." "Only because I had you fighting beside me," Nova corrected. She moved closer, taking his hands in hers. "And now you have me fighting beside you." Doubt flickered in Riot's eyes. If Darren exposes this, the relationship with Arya, the ethical violations, everything that happened afterward, it could destroy everything we've built. Or it could free you, Nova suggested. From secrets. From shame. From Darren's power to threaten you with your past. The possibility seemed to startle him, the idea that bringing darkness to light might be liberation rather than destruction. "The Bar Association could still revoke my license," he pointed out. "They could," Nova acknowledged. "And if they do, we'll figure it out. Together." "It's not that simple." "It is," Nova insisted. "You're not just your career, Riot. You're not just your past mistakes or your professional identity. And I'm not in love with Riot Vale, attorney at law. I'm in love with you, all of you, including the parts you're ashamed of." The words, so simple, so profound, hung between them. They'd never explicitly said it before, though the feeling had been growing, deepening, strengthening with each battle faced together. Riot stared at her, something shifting in his expression, surprise giving way to wonder, to a vulnerability rarely shown to anyone. "You love me?" he asked, voice barely above a whisper. "Of course I do," Nova replied, as if it were the most obvious truth in the world. "Why else would I be here, fighting for us, when it would be so much easier to walk away?" For a moment, Riot seemed unable to speak, overwhelmed by emotion he usually kept carefully controlled. Then, with movements half desperate, half reverent, he pulled her into his arms, holding her as if she might disappear if he didn't hold tight enough. "I love you," he murmured against her hair. "So much it terrifies me." Nova held him just as fiercely, feeling the tremor in his breathing, the racing of his heart against hers. "Being terrified together is better than being safe apart," she said softly. They stayed like that for long moments, the late-night silence of the office enveloping them in a private world where only their heartbeats mattered. Finally, Riot drew back just enough to meet her eyes. "What do we do about Darren's ultimatum?" "We refuse it," Nova said simply. Completely, decisively, publicly.
How?
Nova smiled, an idea taking shape. "By doing exactly what he fears most, telling our story on our terms, before he can twist it." Understanding dawned in Riot's expression. "Full disclosure." "Everything," Nova confirmed. "Your history with Arya, my journey away from Darren, how we found each other in the middle of the storm. No more secrets for him to weaponize." "The professional consequences might be severe," Nova acknowledged. "Or might be mitigated by honesty, by growth, by the good you've done since then. Either way, we face them together." Doubt still lingered in Riot's eyes, but something else was growing stronger. Determination, resolve, the fighter's spirit that had drawn Nova to him from the beginning. "Love me or leave me alone," he said softly, echoing the title of one of Nova's new songs. "That's the choice," she confirmed. "No more half measures. No more walls. No more fighting separate battles." Riot cupped her face in his hands, studying her as if seeing her for the first time. "When did you get so wise?" "Somewhere between slapping my husband on Grammy night and falling in love with my lawyer," Nova replied, a smile touching her lips despite the gravity of the moment. The ghost of an answering smile crossed Riot's face. Then, With a decisiveness that had been missing all day, he began gathering the scattered papers on his desk. "What are you doing?" Nova asked. "Taking my girlfriend home," he said simply. "Where we belong." Relief and love washed through Nova in equal measure. "And Darren's ultimatum?" "Can wait until morning," Raya decided. "Tonight is ours. No ghosts, no threats, no pasts. Just us." As they left the office together, hand in hand, Nova felt a certainty settling deep in her bones. Whatever came next, bar association reviews, public scrutiny, Darren's continued attempts at revenge, they would face it as they had faced everything else. Together.
Strong. Whole.
The dark clouds gathering on their horizon held no fear compared to the storms they'd already weathered. Back at the loft, among boxes representing the future they were building, they came together with a tenderness that belied the urgency of their desire. Every touch an affirmation, every kiss a promise, every whispered declaration of love a foundation stone in the life they were choosing, eyes wide open, hearts fully engaged. Afterward, lying tangled in sheets and each other, Nova traced the scar above Riot's eyebrow, a gesture that had become habit, comfort, connection. "Whatever happens with the Bar Association," she said quietly, "you're more than your license to practice law. Your value isn't defined by your profession." Riot was silent for a long moment, processing her words. Then, with honesty that would have been impossible months earlier, he admitted, "I don't know who I am without it. Being a lawyer, fighting wrongs, it's been my identity, my redemption since everything with Arya." "I know who you are," Nova said simply. "You're the man who taught me to fight when I wanted to surrender, who showed me how to reclaim my voice when everyone else wanted to silence it, who loves me not despite my fire but because of it." Emotion flickered across Riot's face, vulnerability he showed only to her. "And if I can't practice law anymore? If Darren takes that from me? Then you find new ways to fight," Nova said. "New battlefields. New victories." She smiled, gentle but resolute. "And I'll be right beside you, every step of the way." Something shifted in Riot's expression, fear giving way to determination, isolation to connection, shame to acceptance. "I don't deserve you," he whispered. "Probably not," Nova agreed with a teasing smile. "But you're stuck with me anyway." Riot laughed, a real laugh, the sound still rare enough to warm Nova's heart every time she heard it. Then he grew serious again, eyes holding hers. "Whatever Darren throws at us next," he said quietly, "we face it together. No more shutting you out. No more solitary battles." "Promise?" Nova asked. "Promise." Riot sealed the vow with a kiss, gentle, reverent, complete. Outside, the city continued its nighttime rhythm, oblivious to the commitment being forged in one small corner of its vastness. Inside, two people who had survived betrayal, violence, public humiliation, and private pain found something neither had believed possible after all they'd endured.
Trust.
Wholeness. Home. Not in a physical space, though the house awaiting them represented that too, but in each other. In the choice to love without reservation, to stay when leaving would be easier, to believe in possibility despite all evidence of risk. As dawn crept through the windows, painting their entwined forms with golden light, Nova knew with unshakable certainty that whatever came next, whether triumph or tragedy, victory or loss, they would weather it, the way they had weathered everything else. Together, stronger for the breaking, unbreakable where it mattered most. Chapter 18. Courthouse steps had never felt so steep. Nova climbed them slowly, Riot at her side, both dressed in understated gray, power colors, battle armor for the war they were about to wage. "Ready?" Riot asked, pausing at the massive doors. Nova nodded, clutching the leather portfolio that held their secret weapon. "As I'll ever be." Inside, the courtroom buzzed with whispers, industry executives, journalists, curious onlookers drawn by the high-profile case. Nova ignored them all, focusing instead on the man seated at the opposite table. Darren looked immaculate as always, tailored suit, practiced smile, the picture of wronged innocence. Their eyes met across the room. His confidence wavered slightly when she didn't look away. All rise. Judge Lowry entered, a stern woman with steel-gray hair and a reputation for fairness. The kind of judge who couldn't be bought or charmed. The kind they needed. Case number 47829, Reeves v. Nova. Final hearing regarding professional conduct and contractual obligations. The formal language belied what was really happening. Darren's last attempt to destroy Nova and Riot, to punish them for daring to build something he couldn't control. Despite their public disclosure, a carefully crafted statement about Riot's past with Arya, his relationship with Nova, their journey from professional to personal, Darren had pushed forward with his legal attack. Allegations of professional misconduct, breach of confidentiality, stolen intellectual property. One final, desperate grasp for control. Prosecution, your opening statement. Darren's new attorney, a shark in an expensive suit, approached the bench with practiced confidence. Your Honor, this case is about trust betrayed and contracts violated. Ms. Nova, while still legally Mrs. Reeves, engaged in a relationship with her attorney, Mr. Vale, who previously had an inappropriate relationship with another of Mr. Reeves' wives, a pattern of unprofessional conduct that compromised legal proceedings and violated binding agreements. The ugly accusations hung in the air. Beside her, Nova felt Riot tense, his jaw clenching beneath a carefully neutral expression. Defense. Riot stood, straightening his tie, a gesture Nova recognized as his centering ritual before battle. Your Honor, this case is about freedom. The freedom of an artist to own her work. The freedom of a woman to leave an abusive marriage. The freedom to speak truth despite powerful forces attempting to silence it. His voice remained measured, controlled, but Nova heard the underlying passion, the fighter who had taught her to wield law as a weapon for justice rather than oppression. For 2 hours, they listened as Darren's team presented their case. Emails taken out of context, contract clauses manipulated, innuendo disguised as evidence. Through it all, Nova remained calm, her hand occasionally brushing Riot's beneath the table. Connection, reassurance, solidarity. Then it was their turn. Defense calls Nova to the stand. Walking to the witness box felt like crossing a battlefield. Nova kept her head high, aware of every eye following her movement. She took the oath mechanically, focus narrowing to the task ahead. Ms. Nova, Riot began, professional despite the intimacy they shared beyond these walls. Please describe your contractual relationship with Darren Reeves and Stellar Records. Objection, Darren's attorney interrupted. Relevance. Goes to the heart of the case, Your Honor. Riot countered smoothly. The alleged violations stem from these contracts. Overruled. Proceed. Nova took a deep breath. My relationship with Darren began when I was 22, unknown, struggling, desperate for someone to believe in my talent. He offered representation, then a record deal, then marriage, a complete merging of personal and professional that left me no separation between artist and wife. She outlined the gradual erosion of her autonomy, contracts modified after signing, financial decisions made without her knowledge, creative control steadily stripped away. And the culmination of this pattern? Riot prompted. He sold my unfinished album without my consent, Nova said, voice steady despite the anger the memory still evoked. Work that wasn't complete, that contained my most personal thoughts and feelings. When I confronted him, he showed me evidence he'd been unfaithful with my backup dancer. Murmurs rippled through the courtroom. Judge Lowry tapped her gavel once. Your Honor, Nova continued, emboldened by the small sound of solidarity from the gallery, I'd like to present something to the court. With your permission. Curiosity flickered across the judge's stern features. Proceed. Nova opened her portfolio, removing a small electronic keyboard. Riot approached, setting it on the witness stand. Objection. Darren's attorney surged to his feet. This is highly irregular. Your Honor, Riot interjected, my client is an artist. Her testimony is most authentic in her native language, music. We ask the court's indulgence for a brief demonstration directly relevant to the contracts in question. Judge Lowry studied them both, then nodded once. I'll allow it. Briefly. Nova positioned the keyboard, fingers hovering over the keys. This wasn't planned, wasn't rehearsed, a risk Riot had argued against until recognizing the power of what she proposed. This is a song called Fine Print, she explained. Written about the contracts I signed, believing they protected my work when they actually stripped me of all rights to it. Her fingers found the keys, simple chords building a haunting melody. When she began to sing, all pretense of courtroom formality dissolved. Her voice, raw, honest, powerful, filled the space with undeniable truth. You made me sign on dotted lines, while whispering sweet lies. The words I couldn't see were the ones that sentenced me. The song was spare, stripped down to its emotional core, the story of manipulation disguised as protection, of control masked as support. With each verse, Nova watched Darren's confidence crumble, replaced by the panic of a man watching his carefully constructed narrative unravel. As the final notes faded, silence held the courtroom in its grip. Even the court reporter had stopped typing, pen frozen above her pad. Judge Lowry cleared her throat. Ms. Nova, are you suggesting these contracts were signed under duress or false pretenses? No, Your Honor, Nova replied, meeting her gaze directly. I'm stating it plainly. Darren Reeves systematically manipulated contractual language after signing, restricted my access to legal counsel, and leveraged personal relationship dynamics to enforce professional control. She turned to face Darren directly. And when I finally broke free, he resorted to blackmail, surveillance, and character assassination to punish me for daring to reclaim my voice, both literally and figuratively. Darren's face had drained of color, the perfect facade finally cracking to reveal the desperation beneath. That's ridiculous, he sputtered. She's manipulating the court with emotional displays instead of evidence. We have evidence, Riot interjected smoothly, approaching with a thick folder. Original contracts with documented alterations. Sworn statements from other artists who experienced similar treatment. Financial records showing systematic diversion of Ms. Nova's earnings. He placed the folder before Judge Lowry. Most importantly, we have this, Mr. Reeves' own ultimatum demanding I end my relationship with Ms. Nova or face manufactured professional consequences. The very action that precipitated these proceedings. The judge examined the evidence, her expression hardening with each document. When she looked up, her gaze fixed on Darren with unmistakable displeasure. Mr. Reeves, these are serious allegations with substantial supporting evidence. Do you wish to respond? Darren leaned toward his attorney. Urgent whispers exchanged. The lawyer stood, straightening his jacket with a practiced gesture. Your Honor, in light of new evidence, we request a brief recess to confer. Denied. Judge Lowry cut him off. I've seen enough. This court will not be used as a tool for personal vendetta or continued harassment. She turned to Nova, still seated at the witness stand. Ms. Nova, your musical testimony was unconventional but compelling. This court finds no evidence of contractual violation on your part. On the contrary, the evidence suggests Mr. Reeves has engaged in potentially criminal acts of contract fraud, surveillance, and blackmail. Relief washed through Nova in a warm wave. Beside their table, Riot remained perfectly composed, but she caught the slight relaxation of his shoulders, tension releasing after months of battle. As for the allegations regarding Mr. Vale's professional conduct, Judge Lowry continued, this court recognizes the complexity of human relationships, particularly in traumatic circumstances. While the Bar Association may have separate proceedings regarding technical ethical considerations, I find no evidence that Mr. Vale's representation was compromised or that his relationship with Ms. Nova constitutes grounds for the claims presented today. She tapped her gavel decisively. This case is dismissed with prejudice. Ms. Nova is awarded legal costs. And Mr. Reeves, her gaze sharpened, I am referring evidence of contract tampering to the district attorney's office for potential criminal investigation. The gavel struck again, final and unequivocal. Court adjourned. The room erupted, journalists rushing for doors, observers buzzing with excitement. Darren's legal team huddled in crisis mode. Nova returned to Riot's side, their hands finding each other beneath the table, invisible to cameras but essential to them both. "It's over," she whispered, disbelief coloring her voice. "It's over," Riot confirmed, squeezing her fingers gently. "You won." "We won," Nova corrected, the distinction important. Across the room, Darren stood frozen, watching them with naked hatred. For a moment, their eyes met. The man who had tried to own her, to silence her, to break her when he couldn't control her. Nova didn't flinch, didn't look away. Simply held his gaze until he was the one who broke contact, turning abruptly and striding from the courtroom, alone and diminished. Outside, reporters swarmed the steps, cameras flashing, questions shouted over each other. Nova faced them calmly, Riot solid beside her. "Ms. Nova, how does it feel to win?" She considered the question, seeking the honest answer beyond the obvious relief. "It feels like freedom," she said finally. "Not just for me, but for every artist trapped in exploitative contracts. For every person told their voice doesn't matter unless filtered through someone else's vision." More questions flew, but Nova raised her hand, silencing the crowd with the natural authority she'd reclaimed. "Today isn't about destruction," she clarified. "It's about creation. Building something better from the ashes of what wasn't working. That's what Phoenix Rising represents, not just my label, but a philosophy. We all have the power to rise from whatever tries to destroy us." Her fingers intertwined with Riot's, no longer hiding their connection. "Sometimes we just need someone who believes in that power enough to help us remember it ourselves." As they departed, navigating through the media crush to where their car waited, Nova felt lighter than she had in years, unburdened not just by legal victory, but by the complete reclamation of her story. Her voice, her truth, her future. The battle was over, and she had emerged not just intact, but transformed, stronger at the broken places, powered by the very fire meant to destroy her. Phoenix Risen. Expensive divorce complete. Worth every penny. Chapter 19. 3 weeks after the courtroom victory, Nova woke alone in the craftsman house that was gradually becoming home. Sunlight streamed through windows that still lacked proper curtains, warming sheets where Riot should have been. His side of the bed was cold. He hadn't slept there. This wasn't entirely unusual. Since the court case, he'd occasionally worked late at the office, handling the surge of clients drawn by their high-profile victory. But he'd always texted, always called. Last night, silence. Nova reached for her phone. No messages, no missed calls. A knot formed in her stomach. Not quite worry yet, but its close cousin. Riot, she called, checking the bathroom, the kitchen, the home office they'd set up in the smallest bedroom. Empty. His car wasn't in the driveway. She tried calling. Straight to voicemail. Text messages showed as delivered but unread. By noon, concern had blossomed into genuine worry. This wasn't like him. Not the man who had promised, no more shutting you out, no more solitary battles. Nova called his office. Vale Legal, his assistant answered. "Jenny, it's Nova. Is Riot there?" A pause. "No, he isn't. He canceled all appointments yesterday. Said he needed personal time." Another hesitation. "I assumed he was with you." The knot in Nova's stomach tightened. When exactly did he cancel? Did he say anything else? Around 4 yesterday. Just that he'd be unreachable for a day or two and to reschedule everything. Jenny's voice dropped. "Is everything okay?" "I'm sure it's fine," Nova lied, keeping her voice steady. "If he checks in, please ask him to call me." After hanging up, Nova paced the living room, mind racing through possibilities. Had there been signs? Any hint of where he might have gone or why? The past weeks had been intense, moving into the house, rebuilding Phoenix Rising, handling media attention after their courtroom triumph. Riot had seemed not unhappy, exactly, but contemplative. Quieter than usual. Nova had attributed it to normal post-victory decompression. The letting go of tension after months of battle. Now she wondered if she'd missed something deeper. She checked their home office again, looking for clues. His laptop was gone, but that wasn't unusual. What caught her eye was the empty space on the bookshelf where he kept case files, specifically, the thick folder containing everything about Aria Bell. Nova's heart skipped. Why would he take that? On impulse, she drove to his old loft, now sublet to a young lawyer from his firm, but Riot had kept a key, just in case. No sign of him there either. By evening, worry had transformed into something closer to fear. Nova had called everyone who might know his whereabouts, his brother at the recording studio, his investigator Marcus, even his mother in the nursing home. No one had heard from him. It was as if Riot Vale had simply vanished. Nova sat on their porch swing, watching twilight settle over the neighborhood. The house that had felt so full of promise now seemed to echo with absence. Had it all been too much, too fast? The relationship, the court case, the commitments they'd made to each other? Had he, despite everything, decided to leave after all? The thought brought physical pain, a crushing in her chest that made it difficult to breathe. After everything they'd survived together, all the battles fought side by side, all the promises exchanged, it seemed impossible that he would simply walk away. Yet the empty house, the unanswered calls, the missing case files all suggested otherwise. As darkness fell completely, Nova returned inside, moving through rooms that still held unpacked boxes, half-assembled furniture, the physical remnants of a future now thrown into uncertainty. In their bedroom, she noticed something she'd missed that morning, a small rectangular outline on her nightstand, lighter than the surrounding wood where something had blocked the sun's gradual fading of the finish. Something that had been there for weeks, but was now gone. The framed photo of the two of them, taken the day they'd closed on the house. Riot never went anywhere without it. Tears threatened, but Nova refused them. Instead, she channeled the emotion into motion, into purpose. If Riot had left, there would be evidence, bank withdrawals, credit card transactions, some digital footprint to follow. She went to their office computer. The password prompt glowed on the screen, not her login, but his. She tried his usual passwords, combinations of legal terms and case numbers he used regularly. Access denied. Frustrated, Nova tried another approach, his birthday. His mother's name. The address of his first law office. Nothing. Then, on impulse, she typed Nova Rising Phoenix, the pet name he sometimes used when they were alone. The screen unlocked. Heart pounding, Nova checked his recent files, his browser history, his email. Nothing unusual, nothing indicating planned departure. Just routine work documents, research for cases, correspondence with clients. Until she noticed a calendar entry from yesterday afternoon. AB, Airport, 4:30. AB, Aria Bell. Understanding dawned like a physical blow. Aria had returned, and Riot had gone to meet her.
But why?
Why not tell Nova? Why the secrecy, the disappearance, the silence? Unless. Nova shut the thought down before it could fully form.
No.
Whatever his reasons for meeting Aria, for keeping it from her, she refused to believe Riot had abandoned what they'd built together. Refused to believe he'd broken his promises. There had to be another explanation. Sleep proved elusive that night. Nova lay in their too-empty bed, mind churning with questions, with scenarios both reassuring and devastating. By morning, exhaustion had settled into her bones, along with a new emotion, determination. If Riot wouldn't come to her, she would find him. Whatever he was facing, they would face it together, as they had promised each other. She was halfway through packing an overnight bag, planning to start at the airport and trace Aria's arrival, when the doorbell rang. Nova froze, then rushed downstairs, hope and fear warring in her chest. She flung open the door. Not Riot. A courier, holding a small padded envelope. Delivery for Nova, he announced, consulting his device. Signature required. Num. Nova signed and accepted the package. No return address. Just her name, handwritten in a script she recognized immediately. Riot's handwriting. She closed the door, staring at the envelope in her hands. It was light, containing something small and solid. With trembling fingers, She tore it open. Inside lay a USB flash drive. Nothing else. No note, no explanation, no apology. Nova plugged it into her laptop, hand shaking slightly as she clicked to open the single file it contained. A video began to play. Riot sat in what appeared to be a hotel room, looking directly into the camera. He looked exhausted, shadows beneath his eyes, but determined. "Nova," he began, voice rough with emotion. "By the time you see this, I'll be gone." The words hit like physical blows. Nova paused the video, needing a moment to breathe through the pain before continuing. When she pressed play again, Riot's image continued. "I know you're confused, hurt, probably angry. You deserve an explanation. You deserve so much more than disappearing without a word." He ran a hand through his hair, a gesture of agitation she knew so well. "Arya contacted me," he continued. "She's in danger. Darren found her again, despite everything. Despite our victory in court, despite his apparent retreat from the industry. He's still obsessed with punishing anyone who defied him." Nova's breath caught. This wasn't about abandonment. This was about protection. "I couldn't tell you," Riot explained, regret clear in his voice. "Not because I don't trust you. Because Darren is watching you, watching us, even now. If you knew where I was going, if you tried to contact me or follow, it would lead him straight to Arya." He leaned closer to the camera, eyes intense. "I promised you no more solitary battles, and I've broken that promise.
I'm sorry.
But I couldn't let her face this alone, not again. Not when I failed her so completely before." Nova understood then, the missing case files, the secrecy, the abrupt disappearance. This wasn't about choosing Arya over her. This was about Riot finally facing his deepest failure, his oldest wound. "I don't know how long this will take," he continued. "How long until she's truly safe. But I need you to know this. Every moment away from you feels wrong. You are my home, Nova. My future. My heart." Tears welled in Nova's eyes, falling unchecked as she watched the man she loved tear himself in two, between past obligation and present love, between old promises broken and new ones he was trying desperately to keep in spirit, if not in letter. "There's one more thing," Riot said, reaching for something off-camera. He held up a familiar object, the flash drive containing their sex tape, the one that had started so much pain, so much scandal. "I've deleted it," he said simply. "Completely. No copies, no backups, no cloud storage. It's gone." He set the drive down, returning his gaze to the camera, to her. "You never needed revenge, Nova. You needed freedom. From Darren, from the past, from everything holding you back." His voice softened. "Including me, if that's what you decide. I would understand if this is unforgivable. If I've destroyed what we've built by leaving when I promised I never would." The vulnerability in his expression broke something open inside Nova. Not anger, but deeper understanding of the impossible choice he'd faced. "But if you can forgive me," Riot continued, "if you're willing to wait, I'll come back to you. As soon as it's safe. As soon as this final ghost is laid to rest." He leaned forward, hand reaching toward the camera as if he could somehow touch her through the screen. "I love you, Nova. More than I've ever loved anyone. Remember that, whatever you decide." The video ended, screen freezing on Riot's face, eyes filled with love, with regret, with determination to do the right thing even at personal cost. Nova sat motionless, tears drying on her cheeks, processing everything she'd learned. Not abandonment, not betrayal, but protection of Arya, yes, but also of Nova herself, keeping her safely separated from whatever danger Darren still posed. Part of her wanted to be angry, wanted to resent being left behind, being protected rather than included. But the larger part understood. This was Riot's wound to heal, his debt to pay, his past to finally, completely reconcile before he could fully embrace their future. Days passed. Nova threw herself into Phoenix Rising, into mentoring her young artists, into transforming the house into the home they would share when, not if, when Riot returned. A week became two. Two became a month. Nova checked her mail obsessively, jumped at every phone call, startled at every knock on the door. Nothing. Until one rainy Tuesday, when she arrived home from the studio to find a small package in her mailbox. Inside was a plain wooden box containing a flash drive, not the one from the video, a different one. Sleek, new, with a small phoenix etched into its surface. Nova plugged it in, holding her breath. The file contained nothing but static at first. Then, emerging from the noise, a melody, delicate piano notes forming a hauntingly beautiful composition. After a moment, Nova recognized it as one of Aria's pieces, the ones she'd shared months ago. But this recording was different, cleaner, more confident, no longer the work of someone hiding but of an artist reclaiming her voice. At the end, after the final notes faded, a woman's voice. "Thank you, Nova, for sharing your strength, for lending your fire, for showing me the way back." Aria's voice.
Alive. Safe. Free.
The recording ended, replaced by a text file that opened automatically. Nova. Asterisk, she's safe. Truly safe this time. A new identity, a new country, a new beginning that Darren can never find or touch. It's done. Asterisk. If you still want me, if I haven't lost you forever, I'm on my way home. Yours always. Riot. Home. The word echoed in Nova's heart, in the walls of the house they'd chosen together. Home wasn't a place. It was a person. It was coming back when leaving would be easier. It was understanding impossible choices made for the right reasons. Nova stepped onto the porch, watching rain transform their garden into something lush and new. Somewhere out there, Riot was returning to her, bringing with him not just his love, but the final closure of the past that had haunted them both. The next morning, Nova entered her studio at Phoenix Rising, inspired in a way she hadn't been since the courtroom victory. Words and melodies poured from her. Not about betrayal this time, not about pain or loss or revenge. About understanding. About forgiveness. About the kind of love strong enough to endure separation for the right reasons. May found her there hours later, surrounded by pages of lyrics, fingers flying over the keyboard. "New song?" the young singer asked. Nova nodded, not stopping. "New album, maybe." Called Clean Cut. About the divorce? About healing, Nova corrected. About letting go of what was to embrace what could be. May listened as Nova played a segment, raw, unpolished, but undeniably powerful. "It's different from your other work," she observed. "More peaceful. That's what happens when you finally stop fighting battles you've already won," Nova explained, fingers finding new chords, new patterns. "When you realize freedom isn't just about breaking chains, it's about choosing what to build in their place." Days blurred into each other, Nova losing herself in creative flow, in mentoring her artists, in transforming the house into the home she envisioned, not just for herself, but for the future she still believed in despite everything. Then one evening, as sunset painted the sky in flames and gold, a knock at the door. Nova opened it, heart in her throat. Riot stood on the porch, rain-damp and travel-worn. Thinner than when he'd left, new lines etched around his eyes, but unmistakably, completely hers. "I'm home," he said simply. 2 words. A universe of meaning. Nova stepped back, opening the door wider, not just to the house, but to their future. To the clean cut between what had been and what could be. "Welcome home," she replied, reaching for his hand. Their fingers intertwined, a connection that had weathered separation, that had endured the final ghost of their shared past. Home wasn't a place. It was this, 2 people who had found each other in the midst of storms, who had fought side by side, who had learned that sometimes love meant leaving and sometimes it meant waiting, but always, always it meant coming back. As Riot crossed the threshold, bringing with him the closure of the past and the promise of the future, Nova knew with unshakable certainty that whatever came next, whatever challenges, whatever triumphs, whatever ordinary days between the extraordinary ones, they would face it as they had faced everything else. Together, stronger for the breaking, healed in the places that mattered most. A clean cut from all that came before. A new beginning, built on the ashes of the old. A phoenix, risen at last. Chapter 20. 5 Minutes Nova. The backstage coordinator's voice barely penetrated the cocoon of quiet Nova had created for herself. In the dressing room mirror, she barely recognized the woman staring back, silver bodice like liquid metal, hair swept up in a crown of braids, eyes lined with shimmering shadow. Phoenix Rising World Tour. Opening night. Sold-out arena. 1 year since the courtroom victory. 6 months since Riot's return. A lifetime since that Grammy night slap that had set everything in motion. Nova touched the delicate Phoenix pendant at her throat, Riot's gift the morning after his return. A reminder, he'd said, fastening it around her neck, that what seems like an ending can become a beginning. A knock at the door broke her reverie. "Come in," she called, expecting another stagehand with last-minute details. Instead, Riot entered, resplendent in a charcoal suit, silver tie matching her costume. Since returning, he'd regained the weight lost during his time protecting Arya, the shadows beneath his eyes replaced by laugh lines, the haunted look in his gaze transformed into something peaceful, settled. "You look incredible," he said, crossing to stand behind her, their eyes meeting in the mirror. "So do you," Nova replied, leaning back against him, drawing strength from his solid presence. "Nervous?" He laughed softly. "Shouldn't I be asking you that? You're the one about to perform for 20,000 people. And you're the one who hates crowds," she reminded him. "Yet here you are, backstage pass and all." Riot's hands settled on her shoulders, gentle but grounding. "I wouldn't miss this for anything." Nova covered his hands with hers, feeling the simple platinum band on his left ring finger, a match to the one on her own hand. Not a legal marriage, not yet. Just a private commitment they'd made 3 months ago, on the beach at sunrise, witnessed only by the breaking waves. A promise that had nothing to do with contracts or ownership or control. Just two people choosing each other, eyes wide open, pasts reconciled, futures intertwined. "I have something for you," Riot said, reaching into his jacket pocket. He withdrew a small velvet pouch. "A tour tradition, I'm told." Nova opened it, finding a silver guitar pick engraved with the date and Phoenix Rising, first flight. "It's beautiful," she whispered, touched by the gesture. "Look at the back," Riot suggested. Nova turned it over. There, in tiny script, "They forgot. I'm the flame." Her own words from that final confrontation with Darren, now immortalized in silver. A reminder of how far she'd come, how completely she'd reclaimed her power. "I love it," she said, turning to kiss him. "And I love you." 2 minutes. The call came through the door. Riot stepped back, straightening her costume with careful hands. "Ready to set the world on fire?" Nova nodded, slipping the pick into a hidden pocket. "Born ready." They walked together through backstage corridors, past crew members and musicians preparing for the show. At the edge of the stage, where brilliant light met shadow, Riot stopped. "This is where I leave you," he said. "My seat's waiting." Nova held his hand a moment longer. "Watch me fly." "Always," Riot promised, pressing a final kiss to her palm before disappearing into the darkness beyond the stage. Alone in the shadows, Nova closed her eyes, centering herself. The journey to this moment had cost her everything and given her more than she'd ever imagined possible. The lost marriage, the legal battles, the public humiliation, the betrayals and revelations, the hard-won freedom, the expensive divorce that had birthed something priceless. "Nova, you're up." The stage manager appeared at her elbow. "Crowd's ready." With a deep breath, Nova stepped forward. The roar hit her first, 20,000 voices raised in welcome, in celebration, in recognition. Then the lights, blinding in their intensity, forcing her to trust her feet to find the right path across the stage. When she reached the microphone, the noise surged impossibly higher. Nova raised her hands, drawing power from the energy swirling around her. Gradually, the crowd quieted, anticipation thick in the air. "They say what doesn't kill you makes you stronger," Nova began, voice carrying through the perfect acoustics. "But that's not quite right." She gripped the microphone, leaning in as if sharing a secret with each individual person in the massive space. What doesn't kill you makes you who you're meant to be, she corrected. If you're brave enough to learn the lesson, to embrace the fire instead of fearing it. In the front row, she found Riot's eyes, steady, proud, completely present. Behind him sat May, Joaquin, and Tully, her first artists, now successes in their own right. Further back, faces she didn't know but souls she understood. People seeking connection, understanding, the relief of knowing they weren't alone in their struggles. This tour is called Phoenix Rising, Nova continued. Because that's the journey I've been on. That we've all been on in some way. Burning down to ash, then discovering that destruction can be the beginning of something more beautiful than what came before. She turned to nod at her band, signaling readiness. Tonight, we rise together, she promised the crowd. Through the fire, beyond the pain, into something powerful and free. The opening notes of Expensive Divorce filled the arena, the title track of the album that had earned 5 Grammy nominations, that had topped charts globally, that had cemented Nova's transition from manufactured pop star to authentic artist in control of her own voice. As she sang, Nova moved across the stage like liquid fire, every gesture an expression of the hard-won freedom that had become her signature. The lyrics that had once been wounds now felt like victory, like testimony, like the final transformation of pain into power. During the bridge, she found Riot again, maintaining eye contact as she sang the words written specifically for him, about choosing the right kind of fire, about finding strength in vulnerability, about building something new from the ashes of what came before. His smile, private, personal, visible only to her despite the thousands watching, warmed her from within. This was what they'd fought for. Not just career success or legal vindication, but the right to build a life on their own terms. To love without power struggles or hidden agendas or fear. As the final chorus approached, Nova moved to the edge of the stage where a platform began to rise, lifting her above the crowd. From this height, the sea of faces blurred into a single entity, a collective witness to her rebirth. They thought they burned me, she sang, arms outstretched as lights transformed her silver costume into living flame. They forgot I'm the fire. The music swelled, the crowd roared, and Nova felt something unlock inside her chest, the final release of whatever lingering pain had been stored there, whatever remaining fear had survived the journey. This was freedom. This was power. This was the phoenix fully, completely risen. When the song ended, Nova stood motionless as applause thundered around her, through her, within her. Not just approval for a performance, but recognition of a shared human experience, the breaking and remaking, the loss and discovery, the death of what was and birth of what could be. Thank you, she said simply when the noise finally subsided enough for words. For witnessing my journey. For sharing your own. For reminding me why music matters, because it connects us across all the spaces between our individual fires. As the band began the intro to her next song, Nova caught Riot's gaze once more. His expression held everything they'd built together: trust, respect, partnership, love free from possession or control. This, Nova realized as she launched into the performance of her life, was the true reward for everything they'd endured. Not fame or fortune or professional success, though those were welcome, but the creation of something neither had believed possible after their respective traumas. A love that enhanced rather than diminished. A partnership that liberated rather than confined. A fire that warmed without consuming. The expensive divorce had cost her a marriage, a fortune, a carefully constructed identity. But what she'd gained in return was beyond price. Her voice. Her power, her authentic self, and a love strong enough to witness her burning without trying to extinguish the flame. As Nova soared through her setlist, each song a chapter in the story that had brought her here, she felt not just the presence of the audience, not just the support of Riot and her Phoenix Rising family, but something larger, a sense of rightness, of purpose fulfilled, of having transformed personal pain into universal connection. The Phoenix hadn't just risen. It had learned to fly,
To soar.
to illuminate the path for others still finding their way through the dark. And that, Nova knew with bone-deep certainty, as silver fire consumed the stage around her, was worth every penny of the expensive divorce that had set her free. Not an ending at all, but the first brilliant chapter in a story entirely her own.
The end.